Hello everyone, this is Savian playing Touhou Lost Branch of Legends, and today I'm restarting the cycle for my Learning Lunatic series, by which I mean I'm going to be playing all 4 characters again, but this time I'm going to be picking each set that I didn't pick. So for example for Reimu, since I did Red Reimu for my first video, when I get to Reimu, I'll be playing White Reimu. I'm not gonna be playing them in the same order, however, because I want to start with Red Marisa. Last time I tried to record a short-ish run, like no Overexplained run is ever going to be short, but I picked Blue Chirno, hoping that her massive amount of burst would mean the run would be a bit shorter. Ended up being my longest one so far at 5 hours. And it was a bit of a train wreck as well. Kinda got saved in the middle, but yeah. So yeah, hopefully this time the plan will work. The idea is the same. I'm picking Red Marisa because she has like a very bursty high damage deck and general identity. And also because I love Master Sparking people, because huge ass lasers are cool. And they're the reason I like Marisa so much. Oh, the reason I started liking her, I guess. So, to that point, let's go over the red set. So, obviously, her spell card is Master Spark. Just flat 25 damage to each enemy. Accurate, like all the others. Yep, it's an AoE spell card, which means it generally deals less damage than many of the others, because many of the others are single target. It does have synergy with a lot of Red Marisa's mechanics. For example, as you might remember from the mini hack row, every time we spend red mana to play an attack, we gain 1 charge. On 8 charges, we enter burst, and in burst we gain energy, and all our attacks deal twice as much damage. This also affects the Master Spark, just like Firepower, but since Master Spark is a single hit, the Firepower isn't generally like big or anything. But other than bosses and like some of the elites, if you're in burst and you Master Spark, you're gonna be able to clear pretty much every encounter. It's like 50 damage just from the spell card. So that is like a huge get out of jail free card if for some reason you find yourself in, like, let's say Act 1 you get the 5 Kadamas encounter and you don't really have any AoE, don't really have like a lot of burst damage to one-shot the Kadamas. Master Spark can just save you, like, it does that normally because like this is going to kill all the small ones. But basically it's a way to be safe when you don't really have any AoE cards. At least you always have a decently high damage AoE attack on reserve. Going to our starting deck. Typical typical deck. 2 shoots, 2 boundaries, 2 big attacks, 3 big defenses. It's a 10 card deck rather than 11 like some of the others. In fact, her A version has 11 cards, but it does have the astrology, so like I think this deck has all the advantages of a 10 deck card of being smaller, but also like the extra card selection. But regardless, her unique card for this deck is Flammable Laser. I believe I went over this on the other Marisa video, but for those who haven't watched it, this is one of the cards that I really like upgrading on the starting bonus if you get that option. Because the upgrade just gives you the overdrive effect for free. Like, you don't have to overdrive, it's always this. 2 mana, deal 12 damage twice, apply 1 vulnerable, has good firepower synergy since it's multi-hit, has synergy with her bursty deck because it applies vulnerable and lets her just keep piling on the damage. Without the upgrade, unless you have 2 charge to spend, For Overdrive 2, it's just 14 damage, which is okay, but it's not like even that much better than the normal attacks. But yeah, with the upgrade, this is like always, no matter if you have charge or not, 2 mana for 24 damage into hits. So I think that's actually pretty huge attack early game. Really like it. And yeah, this is, as I mentioned, one of the cards where I don't actually mind picking upgrade on our first bonus choice. So let's start the run. Okay, so I was doing some test runs because I've installed a mod called RNG Fix to make it so the seeds should work better now. Like, I'm going to start posting the seeds in the description for the videos in case you guys want to play the run as well. And yeah, I was testing if the mod worked, so I just abandoned the run on like pretty early on. However, as I mentioned on the last video, I do like Sponsor for Marisa and Sakuya as well, because they are the ones that start with a decent chunk of money. And yeah, this is just going to allow us to try and go for an early shop if we want to. Just 100, like my usual minimum to go to a shop is around 150. This is gonna put us at 180. And before the shop, we actually have like 2 combats and an event. So we're pretty much guaranteed to go with like over 200. And if the event is good, maybe we'll even get more. And if for some reason like this event is bad or like we don't have as much money as we're expecting going to the shop, we can always just go to the Gap and maybe upgrade our flammable laser. So yeah, let's go with that. And other choices I like with Marisa, just in case you need the help with other choices, are, as I mentioned, the free upgrade for flammable laser. I tend not to like the exhibit swap too much on Red Marisa, since like flammable laser is already like 2 red. If you lose your 3rd red mana, you're pretty much never going to be able to follow this up with Hot Star Impact once the enemy is vulnerable. And yeah, but it doesn't bother me as much as on Black Marisa, like the potion one, because the mini Hakro is like a bit worse in my opinion. The effect is not bad, but it generally doesn't matter as much early game, because early game, like just playing attacks, we're not gonna be gaining enough charge to enter burst most of the time, and it's really only getting better once we have other charge sources. Like in the early game, this charge is mostly spent on the laser overdrive. That's about it. And it's only going to be helping us enter burst once we have other charge cards. Once you do have other charge cards, however, this does help like get there. Very often you have very hard set breakpoints with charge cards, like let's say Baskin Stardust, which is 14 block and 4 charge if you have none, to if you already have charge. Like if you can open with that, just playing 4 attacks is a lot more manageable than 8. And even just 2 attacks and then being able to get back to the Baskin Stardust, enter charge, still have like the Bask block, and be able to just drop your attacks on burst. That is like a lot better. But yeah, once as long as you don't have the other charge cards, like it's not going to be as relevant. So it doesn't bother me as much. Basically, the effect means that I wouldn't really care about swapping this one for another exhibit, but the mana color is actually kind of important, at least early on, because your attacks are going to take quite a bit of red. As usual, we pick up the 100 power pill, and yeah, as mentioned, I'm gonna go with this path, because I guess technically this path is better. We still get to go to the, yeah, I'm gonna start on this path because we still get to go to the shop / gap if we want to. and if for some reason like we find an amazing AoE card or something like that on after the combat here, maybe we just go to the elite and hope that we get one of the good encounters. But like in principle, I'm going to be going down here like 99% of the time, I'm pretty sure. So this is kind of an unfortunate first encounter. We don't really have AoE cards on Marisa, obviously, and at the very least, we did get slightly lucky. Our flammable laser is not on our starting hand, and I think that's actually a good thing, because this turn I would want to get the 2 charge necessary to flammable laser and one-shot one of the Kadamas on the next turn. However, what is kind of unfortunate is that we have 0 defense of any kind here. So since we also don't have enough damage to kill any of these, if we include the block, this one has 26 HP and this one has 26 HP as well. They have the same amount of block and HP. The most we can deal, like even if we didn't have the Long Night here, the most we could deal would be with 5 mana, 10 plus 10 plus 5. So that is very unfortunate. We're gonna be taking 14 damage on our first encounter, just out of nowhere. Kinda makes me want to Master Spark, honestly, because since we're not likely to be going to the elite, maybe just Master Sparking here isn't as bad. We are unlikely to find another AoE encounter on our second combat, and 14 HP this early is actually kind of relevant. God, it feels so bad to Master Spark here though, but maybe it's necessary. So I'm gonna be taking 14 damage, and that's guaranteed. Next turn, I'm gonna either draw more than enough defense for a full block, or just the flammable laser to one-shot one of the attackers. So let's just, if I just do overdrive laser, I'm gonna kill one. And then it would be like Stardust defense on the boundary most likely, so 15 block. This is gonna make me weak, actually. So that would be, instead of 24, I deal 30% less damage. It's 2 attacks actually, so like 30% of 12 is like... I'm assuming it's gonna get 4, so I would be dealing 8 damage twice for 16. I'd be one-shotting this, and if I just pop the shields on these 2 now, I'd be able to one-shot any of them. So I think I'm guaranteed not to take any more damage in this combat. And because of that guarantee, I'm not gonna Master Spark here, but it's honestly like super tempting. But yeah, in this case, it's gonna be Hot Star on both of them. Get rid of that. I'm obviously going to do those, do the attacks on the ones with the most HP for the reason I mentioned. I want to make sure that my flammable laser is able to one-shot any of them. And yeah, that's about it really. Gonna get the 2 charge from attacking twice. Gonna take quite a bit of damage, but hopefully that's the last bit. Oh. Yeah, it's 8 damage, as I mentioned, so like 16 with the overdrive. Just lets me one-shot this one. This full block. And this turn, we just... this Hot Star Impact to kill our attacker. And in this case it doesn't matter because we're gonna like kill this with the 2 shoots. But be careful, like if the fight was gonna last longer, you want to spend... yeah, see, if I went and trusted the auto-tapper, I'd just be spending 1 black mana here. Generally, if you don't have any other use for your mana, like on this turn, and I was just gonna shoot, I'm not gonna use the boundary for anything. So you generally want to always spend at least 1 red mana on each attack. That way you're getting the benefit from the mini hacker by charging up. So just be aware of that. Every time you're able to do it without repercussion, just spend at least 1 red mana on every attack you're using. So, Subtle Illusion, Rocket Room, Ageless Dream. I think all of these are actually pretty good. So I'm very happy about all 3 of them. Generally, Rocket Room I tend to prefer upgraded. Without the upgrade, it's definitely not bad, but it does take like most of the mana you need for offense that turn. Like I can't do, for example, Rocket Room into Flammable Laser just so I can do both of my strong attacks, or like maybe I want the charge, so I do this into the laser, but the amount of red mana it takes doesn't let me, even though I normally have enough mana. Subtle Illusion is I think it's a very good early attack. 2 mana for 14 damage is definitely okay. It's like the typical attack for 2 mana that's not the basic attacks. But the astrology I think is very huge. Like being able to either immediately draw a card with Scry 3 on top, or just being able to save this for when you need specific cards is very good, honestly. And finally, Ageless Dream is just a very strong card against any like single target opponent. Helps a lot against pretty much both of the single target elites. Ring is technically like going to summon, so it's not like she's alone. But with this, you have a very decent chance of just being able to burst her down before her summons are relevant. So I think it's good in that regard. That's why I consider it like single target for that specific encounter. But yeah, obviously it's amazing against Taya. I think it's pretty good against Ring. It's not so good against the fairies, but it still lets you like apply vulnerable in order to have an easy time one-shotting one of them in the early game. And yeah, I just think it's a very good card. The upgrade makes it innate, so you're always able to rely on having it for bosses. And yeah, it just helps a lot against any target that's not AoE, and even some of the AoEs in order to like burst parts of the part of the enemy group. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which one I'm gonna be taking, because these are actually like 3 good choices in my opinion. I'm likely staying away from the Rocket Broom, like for the double red mostly. And since I generally like removing cards over upgrading on shops, it's unlikely that I'll be upgrading Rocket Room when I get to the shop. So that lends me to go either Satellite Illusion or Ageless Dream. And honestly, like Ageless Dream is worst case. We can get like 12 extra damage off of our Master Spark for like an elite encounter, or maybe to finish off the DP Kadama on the 5 Kadama encounter. So I think, and if I just get this, I don't really have to worry about finding any card like this later on. Like, I'm just gonna have a strong debuff card that helps me against single target encounters. So I'm gonna be able to prioritize other needs in my card rewards, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna be picking up Ageless Dream. But Subtle Illusion and Rocket Room are also like pretty good cards. I wouldn't blame. Like, I don't think any choice here would be wrong. I just think Ageless Dream is going to be the best one for the situation. So that's what I'm gonna be picking. As mentioned, I'm gonna go on the bottom path. Like, there was already like a very tiny chance I'd actually go for the top, like the elite, but the fact that I lost 14 HP on my first combat just made that completely unworkable. Like 2 more combats on top of that, just way too risky. Definitely not a good idea at this point. Like even if I were to lose no HP here, get the Ageless Dream, I would still very likely not go, and that is like dream situation because Ageless Dream is very good against like 2 of the 3 bosses, decent against the elites, decent against the fairies as I mentioned, and even then I'd be very doubtful. So in this case, like there's just absolutely no chance I'm going on that buff. So Sunflower Fairy here. We're starting with no big differences, but we do have the Ageless Dream on our starting hand. And as I mentioned, like this is going to be, well, it's 2 mana because of the Long Night Sigil. This is basically going to be 6 block here for free, and then it's still applying the weak and the vulnerable on future turns, so that is really good. So, yeah, she goes from 9 times 2 to 6 times 2. So we're only going to be taking 2 damage here, rather than the 8 we were initially taking. And this just lets us shoot her for 8 damage, gain 1 charge of the Hakro. And now I'm gonna have the big defenses. Don't really need them, like she's only hitting for 6, but... Well, I would be taking 1 damage if I didn't have them, I guess. Didn't really need multiple, was what I meant to say at the start. I absolutely want to hot Star Impact, not just for the damage, but also because this gets me to my 2nd charge. And this way, if we get the Flammable Laser, that is 24 base damage. Since she's vulnerable, that would be 36. Sadly, we don't get this turn, so we're not going to be able to kill her regardless. I'm going to be going for the full block here. Since we have the mini hacker, as I mentioned, we want to spend as much red energy on separate attacks as possible. So yeah, full blocking is like good enough. Like we have good enough block to full block here, and we want to save as much red mana as possible. But here, normally there might be no difference between just shooting twice or playing the hot Star Impact. But there's 2 reasons why it's actually relevant. Like if we hot Star Impact here, we do deal 15 damage because it's vulnerable. Well, if we shoot, we're dealing 8 damage because it's rounding up, and because it's rounding up, 2 shoots are actually 16 damage. So that is one reason why double shooting here is actually better than the impact. And the other reason is that since we're going to be spending 1 red on 1 attack twice, rather than both red on 1 attack once, we're going to be getting 2 charge rather than just 1 charge off of this. It's unlikely to be relevant because next turn we should be able to do laser into impact and just finish the fight. But yeah, we are still like the optimal play. Gets us to 4 charge rather than staying at 2. And we actually don't draw the flammable laser, so just drop our attack. She's defending and buffing, we don't need to do anything else. And spending mana on defense doesn't get us any more charge. But if we draw, yeah, we drew other attacks, so we can just laser here, deal 24 damage, apply vulnerable, and this is massively overkill. And thankfully we only took 2 damage on this encounter. As for cards, you have Play Alone, Orthodox Rebelling, Asteroid Belt. So, I really do like Asteroid Belt on red builds. It's like good firepower synergy. When upgraded, deals damage 3 times. It's good burst synergy because it's giving you like 3 charge if the last card you played was red. But we do have the usual issue. This takes double red. This takes double red. We're never going to be able to cast those 2 on the same turn, which leads me away a bit from those. So on the other hand, we have here Orthodox Rebelling and Play Alone. Play Alone is a combo-ish card. Basically, like you definitely want to upgrade this because it goes from 1 energy of either color to just costing 0. But the idea is you gain 6 temporary firepower, you discard all non-attack cards from the hand, and you want to just play this when you want to finish the fight, or when enemies aren't attacking, or you are going to kill the enemy that's attacking you at that point. and you do that into like your multi-hit attacks, your normal attacks, and you just deal a massive amount of burst damage. And then Orthodox Rebellion is the same idea as the attack that adds an astrology to hand, slightly better than most of the normal defense. Gets you the astrology, so you can get cards when you need them, either on the turn you use it or maybe later. And yeah, considering we do have an important card that since we haven't upgraded it yet, we do have to look for it. And eventually I am going to want to upgrade the flammable laser and just use it as much as I want. Like, as much as I can, I mean. And we don't really have like a ton of multi-hit attacks yet or anything like that, so I'm not that interested in play alone. I'm going to go for the Orthodox Rebellion here. Asteroid Belt wouldn't be the worst choice ever, because as I mentioned, I do think this is the best card for our build in this the choice of 3, but has the issues I've mentioned, where it does have anti-synergy with our other like strong card. So I'm going to be focusing on the Rebellion in this case, just so we have a decently solid block option, and just being able to get our cards more consistently. Like, plus against the elites, it's going to be like less useful against the fairies, but against Ring, this means that even if we get like a full defense hand, we can either use the astrology to look for more offense on our turn 1, we just save the card so we can like block a bunch of attacks one turn, and then when Ring is going to be using her attacks, or just her summons and stuff, we can use the astrologies to look for our for the cards we need on that situation. And against Taya, this is obviously very good, because like you just set up for the burst turn. When you have your good turn, you use your astrologies to look for the cards you want, and you just burst Taya down. So yeah, I'm gonna be picking this up. Go to the event. We find Kaguya versus Moko. So the idea here is basically like Moko and Kaguya are picking a fight with each other, and you can help either of them to gain 1 exhibit in exchange for losing on life. The exhibits are the Kinkakuya Amulet. Whenever you gain a debuff for the first time each combat, you gain the barrier. Or the Lighter. Whenever you deal attack damage for the first time each combat, you apply 1 vulnerable. I think, in general, the Kinkakuya Amulet is the better all-purpose exhibit. But for the more aggressive builds, I do tend to pick up the Lighter. Like, we already have... This also helps with like flammable laser, because normally the 1 vulnerable, if we can't make use of it on the turn we play the laser, just goes away, doesn't do anything. If we, for any reason, just stack it with the Lighter, it does mean we get to just have vulnerable on the turn after. And between that, the laser, and the H2 stream, we're gonna be able to just have our enemies be vulnerable for most of the combat, which means we have to do a lot less damage to finish the fights quickly. Plus, we are going to be losing 8 less life, which is kinda relevant after taking a decent chunk of damage on the first combat. But the main reason I'm picking the Lighter here is because, yeah, our builds are generally very aggressive, very bursty, so I like the vulnerable to be able to just finish the encounters very fast. Just set up with 1 attack, apply vulnerable, just drop all the other burst. So yeah, I'm gonna be going for that one. And here we get to our shop. So, as usual, I'm going to want to remove if I can. It's still very cheap as well, so that is very nice. First things that jump into my mind, I see the membership card here. I generally tend to like getting membership card this early, but I have to be careful, because this means I'm not removing, because I'd have 48 money remaining. The card service is not affected by the membership card. Sadly, no gang in this shop. I think the gang is like absolutely ridiculously busted in the early game. I tend to pick it up every time I see it in Act 1, no matter what. Plus with things like our lighter applying vulnerable, it just gets even better, like 0 mana, 45 damage rather than 30. Other than that, we have our heavy base run here. Heavy base run, I actually think is a pretty decent card for red Marisa. You're playing a lot of red cards, and like you saw earlier with the card that multi-hit and gain charge if the last card you played was red, she does have a tendency to prefer playing a bunch of red cards, like also with the mini Hakuro. So the heavy base run could be helpful there. Sadly, if we do this, that's just our entire like pile of cash. We don't have anything else on the shop. Yeah, these two like are potentially interesting. We have to look at the rest. Obviously, I like Clean Energy. I just really like the free cantrip cards that we get in shops, like Clean Energy and Cucumber Missile. But in this case, I don't actually think it's like amazing for us. Yeah. We have Shade over here. 1 energy, Tonga block. Problem being, it adds 2 shadows to your hand. These can actually be useful if you're doing like a status build, where you have the power that maybe makes you draw when you extra cards when you draw statuses, the one that deals damage when you draw statuses, stuff like that. The upgrade isn't like that big, but 5 extra block is always nice. Maybe helps you have to use less cards to full block, but 20 block is already like pretty big, so unlikely to make a huge difference early on. Probably more relevant later. The Oni Spirit Bomb is basically you deal 30 damage to a target, half as much to everything else, and you lose firepower, which means you generally want to use this to finish off fights, because if you do this too early, you're going to be losing firepower. The rest of your attacks are not going to be like as effective, and you're gonna be like, basically this is bad for the same reason scaling is good. But yeah, since it's 3 mana for a pretty huge chunk of damage, like if we were desperate, we could just pick this up and be sure that a lot of the early fights won't give us too much trouble, because like the lighter plus the Spirit Bomb means that we can like one-shot most of the early encounters by like doing a normal attack into the Spirit Bomb. So without upgrading, it's already going to be 45 damage because of the vulnerable. If we upgrade it, it's 60, which is absolutely huge, and it's still going to be dealing like a lot of damage to each other enemy. I'm not 100% sure how this works, like how the secondary damage works with vulnerable. Like if this deals 60 damage to the main target because of vulnerable, my guess is, as it's written, I do think it would deal 30 damage to everything else. But the intuitive thing, I think, is that it would just deal like half of what is written on the card, so it would still be dealing 20, unless the others were also vulnerable. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, because intuitively, I assume it doesn't like upgrade the AoE damage just because the main target's vulnerable. But as it is written, like, if I'm dealing 60 damage to the main target, then supposedly I would deal 30 to everything else. I'm not 100% sure. Stardust Reverie over here, just accurate retain attack. You just the idea with this one is you just grab it, let it stay in your hand for a while, and when you're going for your burst turn, just for example, like, let's say you have the upgraded flammable laser, you let the Stardust Reverie retain for a few turns, and you just drop flammable laser, a huge chunk of damage, vulnerable in the enemy, and then you just finish it off with Stardust Reverie. Pretty good for just retain builds in general. Pretty good for burst, because like you can keep this on hand while you're building up charge, and then once you do enter burst, this is going to be dealing double all the damage it has been accumulating. On upgrade, more base damage, more scaling. So yeah, it's a pretty decent attack in my opinion. I've used it before. It obviously has retained synergies, but you don't really need any retained synergies to make it good. Then we have craft potion here. Really not interested in this. This takes all of our black mana, which means it barely ever lets us block. We're not like super focused on potions on this run, and we are not super desperate for card draw. Like we already have some card draw of the astrologies that Rebellion makes, and our main synergies right now seem to be with vulnerable. And since we can't really control when we draw the potions most of the time or who they target, they don't really work as well with vulnerable, even if they do get the bonus damage. Then I'm gonna leave this one for last because I want to talk more in depth about it. Speed Duel, I've mentioned it before. I like it when it's upgraded because it costs 0. Other than that, it's technically not awful. Like, let's say you enter burst once in combat. This is drawing you 3 cards, so 2 mana for 3 cards isn't great, but it's not the worst. If you do it more than once, like if you enter burst more than once, it's already like 2 mana, draw 6, which is very good. However, it's very rare that you'll actually enter burst more than once, because generally once you enter burst, even more if you have speed duel active, you're going to just finish the fight. So yeah, I tend to like it with the upgrade because it's 0 mana. I can just play it whenever I draw it, except that I draw 1 less in that context, but be ready to almost have a guaranteed kill when I enter burst because I'm going to be drawing a lot of cards. And technically it does like help with some infinites, because since burst already gives you energy, if this gives you the card draw and you have cards that gain you like a ton of charge, like you gain more charge per energy spent than if you get enough charge per energy spent that the burst energy actually compensates for it, then you're basically gonna have like infinite energy and infinite card off of the Speed Duel. Then Fluorescent Forest at the end of Marisa's turn, add 1 unstable potion to the discard pile. I generally don't even like this without the upgrade on potion builds, so I'm definitely not picking it up here. This is way too slow it's powerful. Basically you're dealing like 1 unstable potion per turn is very good on long fights. Since we want to like end fights quickly, and it's unupgraded, so this would almost be our entire turn. I'm really not interested in it. And then we have Deep Memories here. We choose 1 of 3 random cards from the discard pile, return to the hand, and if this is the leftmost or rightmost card in our hand, the card we just recovered temporarily costs 1. When upgraded, goes to 0. I've seen this card on other, like, I believe it was on my last Marisa run, and it's actually like able to work with other cards to do some kind of infinites. So I was like a little more interested on it after that, and it does have a discount here. I don't think it works well with our current deck though. If you're not doing infinites with this would ideally work obviously with like high cost cards. Let's say you could get the Oni Spirit Bomb, and like if you had these 2 on your opening hand, maybe you bomb Deep Memories, recover the bomb, play it for free. You're dealing like 58 damage to 1 target and still a ton to the others. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna pick it on this shop, but it is a card that I want to keep in mind for future shops and stuff. So I haven't tried it much, and it doesn't seem completely awful at all. So after seeing everything so far, we don't have like a ton of red cards that we can play like all together to burst enemies. So the heavy base run does have synergy, but not with our current deck. If I bought membership card, I wouldn't be able to remove I would have to probably, like, I would probably buy one card and that would be it. This leaves me on 48, so I think I would be able to get the Reverie. So that wouldn't be like the worst thing, I think. Just a membership card into Reverie, because it's very early, so the membership card can help. And the Reverie helps against 2 out of 3 elites. Again, the one that requires the most upfront damage would be the Fairies. But against Aya, this is amazing. Against Ring, it's pretty okay. I think I'm gonna be very sad if I leave the shop without removing or upgrading though. So that means I'm less interested in the membership card. This, like in a lot of shops, I know very clearly what I want to do, but this one's kind of rough for me. Like if I had a water gun in one of these slots, that would be like an easy choice. Just pick that up, forget about it. In this case though, like since we did take a decent chunk of damage early, and I do want to go to few elites, be able to upgrade my cards if I go to gaps rather than heal, I think I'm gonna be picking up canned food just for sustain to compensate the damage I took early. And the Stardust Reverie is very good early game. I mean, very good on elites in Act 1, in my opinion. The Spirit Bomb is the other. Like, I think the best choice here would be like canned food, one of these two, and then a removal. But I'm really not sure which of these two I want. I think they're both like good right now. And the Stardust Reverie is going to be better later on. Because the Oni Spirit Bomb is probably going to lose a lot of what makes me interested on it, like as the acts scale up. Because if this isn't closing the combat, I generally don't want to play it. Meanwhile, the Reverie is a card that I don't mind having later on, even more if I end up like having a decent chunk of card draw and stuff. So yeah, I think what I'm going to go for is canned food, Stardust Reverie, and yeah, generally like I tend to prioritize removals in the card shops pretty much every time. Because even if it gets more expensive, you can only get card removals. You can almost only get card removals in shops. Meanwhile, upgrades can come from like several different sources, even like other cards sometimes. So I'm going to prioritize removal here. And since, as I mentioned before, we have issues with our red mana, and we generally want to use our small shots if we can, just to spend as much red energy on different attacks as we can. I'm very tempted to just remove one Hot Star Impact. However, we did add like one defense card, one mixed, one offense, and so yeah, this wouldn't like really affect my choice because it was 1/1 and then this is mixed. And we start with 3 defense over like 2 attacks. I think maybe I'm going to just be removing 1 stars here, or actually rather a boundary. Yeah, because we do have like a 3 cost here, 1 cost. So the fact that we have an odd amount of mana here doesn't bother us as much. So yeah, I'm gonna be removing a boundary here. And I'm gonna be moving on. So we have our boss choice here. We don't have any AoE right now. But the amulet that Reimu gets shouldn't be a big issue. We're gonna remove the first one off the lighter, and then we can apply our weaken vulnerable and our flammable laser vulnerable just fine most of the time. Like the Ageless Doom is not gonna be a problem at all, I'm pretty sure. The only way it would be a problem is if like we draw it turn 1 with full defense, and even then we'd get back to it faster than Reimu gets back her amulet most likely. So I don't think that's gonna be a problem. We would just have to pick up an AoE card on the way. Chirno, don't really mind her scaling. I can like play defensively while the Stardust Reverie scales up, accumulate maybe a couple of astrologies, and if we end up getting burst on one of the turns, thanks to our mini Hakuro, we can just do maybe like Stardust, do astrology to find the Stardust again, and play twice for massive burst damage. And for Sakuya, we're not going to be playing like a ton of cards either, so again, we're mostly going to be focusing on comboing these two while playing defensively in the meantime. So I think we don't actually care which boss we fight, and so I'm going to be picking random opponent for 30 power, and that will help us like get a spell card quickly enough that I'm confident going into like 2 elites for the rest of the act. So yeah, this isn't actually like any difference, like gap into elite and gap into elite doesn't change anything. And I'm not gonna want to go to a shop, I already know that. None of the events are like give me enough money on Act 1 that I'd be interested in that as far as I know. So the priority would be event before enemy, I believe. Or maybe I just want to do 2 combats. Because yeah, since I don't have like that many cards yet, because I only bought 1 card in the shop and only did like 2 combats, I think what I'm gonna do is go for double combat here, and then I'll have the gap. I probably won't need to heal because I have the canned food, and then I get to just do the elite after the double combat. So yeah, I think I'm happy with this path, and yeah, I think I'm gonna go for this one, pretty much guaranteed. So let's start with the combat. Okay, so here I do want to Ageless Rim on the Doll of Nerium to reduce the damage we're gonna be taking. If I do this, it's 6 times 2. I could just double Stardust defense to take no damage this turn instead. Next turn she's gonna be hitting for like 12 ungraceable, I'm pretty sure. And I only have like 2 block cards left. So I think I'd rather... yeah, I'd rather do Ageless Dream now. I'm gonna be taking 2 guaranteed damage this turn, if I do this. But it does mean next turn I'm less likely to take damage. Because again, I only have 2 block cards, so I really want to reduce how hard she's hitting me next turn. Yeah, I'm just gonna block here. Okay, so it didn't end up mattering. I would have been able to full block with the Orthodox Rallying, but thankfully it's not like a huge chunk of damage either. So yeah, next turn the Trickster is going to start debuffing my Firepower and Spirit alternating. I'm pretty sure she starts with... actually, I'm not sure what she starts with, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, what I'm going to do here is heal up, because I'm missing more than 15 HP, so this is worth it. And just go ahead, full block. And I'm going to be focusing on the doll since it's already vulnerable. And I'm probably gonna want to finish off the Trickster with a laser into Reverie combo. So I'm gonna have to be careful when I finish off the doll because of the Poison Death. And one thing I am going to do is play the Astrology now. This way I get rid of the Eviction Order. I can discard the Shoot, which is like my worst offensive card. And I already put the Stars Reverie in hand, which I'm gonna retain. And doing this lets us start scaling 1 turn earlier. which should help with the rest of the combat. 3 poison of the ungraceable attack here. Okay, so this debuffed my spirit right now actually. So since I have 2 charge, what I'm gonna do here is just get rid of the rabbit now. This Reverie plus laser is going to be, this is 24 damage. Applies vulnerable. This is going to be 30 damage. It's going to leave it 1 hit away from death. And I definitely need to do this soon because as you can see, he already took all my money. So she's going to be running away next turn, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, this will leave her at 1 hit from death. And since I don't need to block the doll, I'm not gonna worry about it this turn. And next turn I can finish off the rabbit with like almost any attack. I won't have the spirit down, so hopefully I'll be able to block the doll. And that should be a pretty good combat. Yeah, firepower down. And I'm gonna Orthodox Rebellion here. So, I have a hot star impacting here. So the thing is, I'm gonna be taking 6 damage from this. Unless I go full block. Since the Stardust Robbery has accurate, and I have an astrology in hand, I think I'm pretty much almost, if not entirely, guaranteed to be able to find this next turn. So I will have something to get the Trickster through the Grace. So I'd actually just rather full block the doll right now, not risk my HP, rather than hit the Trickster. And sadly, this even through the vulnerable, this deals 0 damage, but it does give me a charge because I'm spending a red mana on attack, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So yeah, she does get 3 Grace without the Stardust Reverie. I'm not going to be able to finish her off right now, but with the Rebellion here and the Astrology from before, I'm guaranteed to be able to find it. So yeah, discard everything because it's not what I'm looking for. I find it, and the Orthodox Rebellion is also going to give me enough block for the doll, so I'm only going to be taking 3 damage from the poison that this is going to put on me. And I'll probably, hopefully, rather, be able to finish the doll next turn. I have the flammable laser here, and I do have enough charge to do the overdrive. Yeah, this should be good enough to finish the combat without losing my money, and without losing more HP than just the 2 I took on the first turn and the unblockable damage I got from the Grace. I mean the poison. Yeah, flammable laser. 24 damage plus vulnerable. And this should finish the combat. So not a bad combat in the end, honestly. Okay, so Crimson Energy release I tend to like a lot. Even unupgraded, it's still good, but when upgraded, going to only 2 energy, it's absolutely huge. However, right now we don't have any firepower, so it's not gonna be that good right now. Red Star Explosion gives us the AoE we need, so I'm tempted to just go for that. Cause, we do kind of need AoE pretty much as soon as possible, I think, just in case we find the Kodamas encounter or we get the AoE elites, Ring for Summons and the Fairies of Light. And the Rocket Room is not bad, but as usual, unupgraded. Kinda not super interested. What's the upgrade for this? Goes to 20 damage. Yeah, this would be 40 damage with Overdrive. We're unlikely to be able to get this much charge turn 1 regardless. But like for Ring, it's going to be able to pretty much guaranteed kill the spirits. Yeah, because like on turn 1 we'll probably get like 2 to 3 charge and be able to do this upgrade in turn 2 if we draw it. And regardless, like, we do need our AoE, so I'm pretty much going to be prioritizing this here. And if this was upgraded, I think this would have been my choice. Sadly, we didn't find the upgraded, and we don't have synergy for this yet, so not that great so far. But yeah, with any synergy at all, like 8 block and 8 barrier for 3, it's pretty nice. It's not amazing because again it's 3 mana for what's basically like 16 block, but the fact that half of it is barrier is very nice. So with any firepower, like you scale both of them, by the way, like each firepower is +1 on both of them. So you're basically getting 1 firepower, scales the amount you block by 2. And again, having barrier is very nice. But for now, I'm going to be prioritizing our AoE. And yeah, we go up for the combat, like I mentioned. Rather unfortunate that we pretty much seem to be drawing none of our defense cards when we're getting like full attacks. So I'm gonna go ahead and just block as much as I can here. And then generally you want to defeat the sick girl last because she applies vulnerable to you. And if you do her last, the vulnerable doesn't actually like do anything since there's no enemies left attacking you. So I'm going to be prioritizing the spirit here that is dealing the most damage to us. Mostly because I'm going to weaken it with the Ageless Dream, so we take a little bit less damage. Normally I think you'd want to prioritize this one because it's going to explode early, and if they detonate themselves, they actually deal twice as much damage. We'll detonate after 3 more turns, dealing twice that much damage. So yeah, generally you want to detonate them manually. If you have a strong defensive cards, like you might actually want to prioritize just letting them detonate on their own, because that way you can spend all your mana on defense rather than spending part on defense and part on offense. But in our case, I think I'm just going to try and detonate them ourselves. And since this is the one that reduces the damage we're taking the most, it's the one I'm going to be shooting because we're applying vulnerable to it. We've definitely lost enough HP that I can just do count food here. We're losing a lot of our HP, in fact. Hopefully that'll stop soon. But for now, this is going to be 6 damage from exploding. This is going to be 8 damage from the attack. So Orthodox Rebellion is not good enough to full block. But since our attacks are like Stardust and the shoot, we can just do started defense here. Half smash, like enough block to full block there. The Sick Girl is not attacking us either, so we can just go ahead and shoot. Deal 8 damage thanks to the vulnerable, and not be taking any HP damage. One thing I just noticed, the explosion actually dealt 4 damage, so I'm pretty sure it was affected by the weaken, which I didn't know. Yep, apparently the detonation, the revenge bullet, it deals less damage if the spirit is weakened when it dies. So something to keep in mind. And now, Red Star Explosion, if we get one more charge here, it's going to do 32 damage. So it won't actually kill the Sick Girl. And this isn't exploding this turn. So what I'm gonna be doing here is just Flammable Laser, deal a lot of damage to the Sick Girl, and next turn, and then Red Star Explosion to. I don't even need to Red Star actually, because next turn the Reverie is going to be dealing 24 damage, so that's a guaranteed kill on the Vengeful Spirit. So what I am going to do is I am going to get rid of the. This is 24. Plus 8. Oh, okay. Flammable Laser plus Shoot will actually not finish her off. However, since next turn I do have to. because I really wanted to do Orthodox Rebellion here to get another astrology. And actually, I think one should be enough. We have two starters. Yeah, we have two starters defense here. So with the astrology, this being 7 cards, we're gonna draw 5 of them. The astrology is gonna allow us to see both of the cards that we don't draw. So we are guaranteed next turn to get one of these starters defense. And starters defense plus the reverie means that we can full block the spirits and finish it off with a reverie anyway. So this turn I'm just gonna focus on defeating the sick girl, which means I can go ahead, pummel laser, and use the only attack here that actually finishes her off, which is the red star explosion. So yeah, I have like way more than overkill damage with the reverie, but it doesn't really bother me. So yeah, start the Stephens. This is going to be doing 9 rather than 6, because we are vulnerable. And if the weak works, obviously the vulnerable would work as well. But this is 10 block of the starters defense, so we don't actually have to worry about that. 9 damage. And we got through this without any damage, I believe. Okay, so Shoot the Moon, Rocket Broom, Unexplained Fever. Unexplained Fever is a decent scaling ability. Like, just if you have a defensive deck, you just do this, the enemy slowly gets poisoned more and more, loses more and more HP. It can kinda be similar to Jack the Ludovile on Sakuya. However, not only do we not have good cards for that, with us having just picked up 2 high burst attacks, but also doesn't really have synergy with burst or vulnerable or other mechanics, so I'd rather not go for this one. Rocket Broom, again, not awful, don't like it as much when unupgraded. But Shoot the Moon here takes either color of mana, so for our purposes right now, this is like too generic, and it does give us like a multi-hit attack that gives us Grace on Overdrive, so it can be both defensive and offensive card. And when upgraded, not only does it get a bit more damage, but it also gains accurate. So I really like this one, and it's what I'm gonna be picking here. So, for our upgrade, I'm going to just go ahead, take the Flammable Laser. Not only does it make the card better, but also we get to spend our overdrive on our charge on the other overdrive cards we've picked up so far. So we don't have to worry about it as much. So this lessens our charge demands, makes the card a lot better in my opinion. Just gonna go ahead and upgrade this. My next priority is probably going to be the Stardust Reverie, since this seems to be the focus of our offense for the bosses. Yeah. So, we have Ring here. Not a good starting hand, which seems to be a pattern lately. But yeah, we are unlikely to be able to burst her in 2 turns as we are now, unless maybe we use the Master Spark. But the thing with the Master Spark is that our enemies are going to die on the same order than they would normally attacking. So let's say we do Master Spark turn 2 and we do have enough damage to finish Ring with it. We're still going to be killing all 3 spirits along the way, and that means we're going to be taking the damage from all the explosions. So ideally, I think turn 2 I want to kill 2 of the spirits while also blocking some damage. So hopefully we'll be able to get either the Shoot the Moon or just maybe the explosion. Yeah, like if we get to do Shoot the Moon to gain the Grace on some block, that would be nice. The explosion is actually not good. It's same issue as the Master Spark, except we can spend even less mana on defense. So yeah, Shoot the Moon would give us enough Grace to block 2 explosions. So if we get this, plus some, like, maybe Shoot the Moon, Shoot, and Flammable Laser are likely to be able to, like, defeat two of the spirits while also getting 2 Grace. so that would be no damage taken, because Ring would stop using her explosion and instead go for the Grace. So hopefully that is what happens. For now though, we have like 2 defense, 2 attacks, so we're just gonna go ahead and use our attacks, spending red mana to gain the charge. We want to start with the shoot over the impact, by the way, because of the lighter, so we get more benefit from using the big attack second. So we did draw almost everything we wanted, sadly not everything. So the big issue right now is that we can only spend 4 out of our 5 mana unless we do the red star explosion, which is not a play I want to make, because either we do it along with Stardust defense, in which case it kills nothing, or we do it along with one of the attacks, in which case we don't have any defense. So what I'm gonna do is actually... So the thing that Rin does with the detonation is it always detonates the spirit that has the least life, so you can control which one it is a bit. And so if I make her detonate one of these 2, that's going to be 12 damage rather than the 14 Fung does. But all 3 of them are attacking. Okay, I'm actually gonna go ahead and just be spending the Master Spark here, I'm pretty sure. Because that way I can do Shoot the Moon, Ring, Stardust defense, and that will actually allow me to raise 2 of the explosions, get full block from the defense on the 3rd one, and just take no damage this turn. And I think that's going to be our best option. Because with all 3 of them attacking, even if I were to like get 2 Grace from here and block from here, that is gonna be this one attacks last, right? Yeah, so Grace these 2, 7 from here, and just this would explode a spirit for 12, assuming we like make her prioritize one of these, or just not make her prioritize any, because this one has 28 long HP. So that would still be like 12 damage. So 12 damage on 3 block, that would be 9. It's not that huge, but I'm pretty sure we'd still have like difficulties with finishing the rest of the fight. Meanwhile, if I just shoot the moon now plus Master Spark, she's gonna be at half HP. Next turn we have Ageless Dream to weaken, maybe like get one of the Grays out and get some block on the Astrology, and then Stardust Robbery is very likely to be able to finish the fight. So yeah, I think that's our safest option. Shoot the moon. Gain the 2 Grays, Stardust defense to block. Master Spark, plus this combat is going to give us enough energy to get back the Master Spark for either our second elite or possibly the boss. More likely the elite, because since it's an AoE card, I'm less likely to want to use it against the boss. But we did pick... Which one did we have? Yeah, we got Reimu, so this could help defeat the summons. So yeah, as I mentioned, Ageless Dream, full block of the Orthodox Rebellion, get 1 Grace away from her with the shoot. She's gonna lose another because of the decay at the end of turn. And we're gonna have Stardust Robbery to deal quite a bit of damage while she's vulnerable. We can wait 1 more turn actually. My Astrology. Let's say I get Flammable Laser. She's vulnerable already, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Actually, with her being vulnerable, this is just lethal, isn't it? This is accurate, deals 30, removes the last race, and then Shoot the Moon would be 24 damage. So yeah, that is just lethal. Don't have to worry about it. And that is Ring without damage, thanks to the spell card. So yeah, don't really regret using it here. But maybe even without it, I could have had enough damage. Maybe should have calculated better. Still, that is combat without any damage taken against an elite. We get Dream Diary. At the start of our turn, if we didn't play any defense cards, we gain 2 blue energy. So the blue energy part doesn't really help much. It's gonna be basically be colorless for us, at least for now. But there are decent amount of turns where we're not gonna be actually playing defense, because either the enemy is not attacking, so we want to go ahead and use our offense since the deck is very offense based, or because we're gonna be getting our block off of overdriving Shoot the Moon. So that is actually, well, not block, but grace to not take damage. So it could help with things like that. And as for cards, okay, so again, not gonna take Speed Duel because it's unupgraded, and I really don't want to spend an upgrade on it when we have one upgrade I already want a lot, and one that I would be happy to get even if it's not like completely necessary, along with the Ageless Dream in order to have it innate, which I also wouldn't mind at all. But some of the Night Sparrow is like honestly pretty good. 0 mana, 5 temporary firepower down onto every enemy, gain power, so you can get closer to the spell card a lot faster. The upgrade is 1 less shadow and 3 more on both of these numbers, so that is a very good card. But Handwarmer is having at least one of these on Lunatic7 is always absolutely amazing in my opinion. Even like it's even better on our deck, because this does gain concentration equal to the number of cards exiled. We're only like, I don't know why it's reading this way. I'm guessing it's because if you don't exile a card, you're not gonna get the concentration. So it forces you to exile a card if you want the concentration. But the idea is, with the upgrade, Handwarmer is innate. So on turn 1, what you can do is, it doesn't matter for Act 1, because the Long Night just exiles itself to replay a single card. But for every other act, you just open every combat with Handwarmer on the Long Night. You save up a lot of your mana. It only costs 1 colorless, so you're going to be basically spending 2 because of the Long Night. But you can split. You can pay any type of mana, and in our case specifically, the concentration does help us getting the grace off of Shoot the Moon, or just double damage of Red Star Explosion. So those are both like really good. So yeah, the Night Sparrow would be a decent pick normally, but it's competing against Handwarmer, which in this case is a 100% pick for me. Like, more copies of it are not like really necessary, but finding at least one is absolutely a massive priority in my opinion. Toe Mask would be pretty nice, gives us some block when we go for our full attack turns, synergy with Dream Diary, but as usual, because I want to do these videos at least facing Act 4, even if I haven't won all of them, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick the high tech glasses, because they're part of the quest chain to get the Act 4. So finally we have okay, so the path here is like going to just be the bottom path 99% of the time. I'm going to start here because I can still go there regardless, and I'll have the shop option if necessary. But I'm very unlikely to want to go to a shop because I don't have that much money, and it's unlikely that the event will give me enough money to change my mind. Because if it's Rumia, which is one of the few that might make me change my mind, we're getting kinda hurt, and we've already spent our tool that healed us up. So yeah, that would be kinda risky if it's Rumia. So I'm likely to just go for this path 99% of the time. And we get Eternity Larva, which is actually absolutely huge. In this event, I always like just going for Great Change. This way we can get rid of one of our basic cards at the same time as we add an uncommon. Like, just this guarantees us an uncommon too. It's not even like a common. So I really like this event very often. And yeah, this is basically like same as the removal, but you also get a random uncommon card. And right now our deck isn't like strong enough that I would say no to a random uncommon. Like, it's not bad, but you can see like all our strong cards too are uncommon. So Like, if you think your deck is already kind of good and you don't want to pollute it with random cards that you might not be able to use, or losing just doing Grant Oblivion is fine. I generally always prefer Oblivion over Enlightenment, because upgrading a card is generally less important than removing one. Not because the upgrades are less important, but because the removal is less common. So this has more value long term, I believe, because you can find other ways to upgrade cards normally just fine. But yeah, in this case, honestly, I was considering Grant Oblivion because we do have like a decent cards, but not really amazing ones yet. Like, our deck isn't super great, so I'm happy to just get a transform here. And since in the end we did end up removing Boundary, and we are adding aggressive cards to the deck. This is mixed, but you know, the guaranteed part is offensive. The Grace only comes if we have the charge. So I'm going to go ahead and remove Hot Star Impact, just because we already are adding a decent chunk of attacks to our deck. Well, not remove, but transform. And we get Bright Starry Sky, which is not the worst. I don't tend to like this one too much. The upgrade makes it retain. It's 3 energy for 5 charge. The one thing that I like this card for is like, well, first off, if you upgrade it and it gains retain, we can combo it with Stardust Reverie, and like, we just need 3 charge in order to go into burst, Stardust Reverie for double damage. Yeah, generally I don't like this, because what you're doing is basically you're spending all of the mana you were gaining off the entering burst on just gaining charge, and you actually need 3 charge beforehand to even enter burst. But it's not like bad, and yeah, I do think it's like a better card than the Hot Star Impact. So yeah, it's not, basically, I don't mind getting it for free is nice. I think the card is good enough to use, but I wouldn't generally prioritize it over picking other cards. So I guess it's nice that we got it off of the transform. And we go for the combat. We do get the 5 Kadama encounter. And so sadly we don't have either concentration or... So this is actually kind of rough. I wish I had the hand warmer, or yeah, maybe I should have updated this, because it would have let me do Red Star Explosion with the overdrive, but oh well. So the thing here is, if I do Red Star now, I'm not gonna have anything for defense. Yeah, seeing this, we can actually one-shot the pink Kadama with Shoot the Moon here for 16 damage. So I think the best play here is going to be just getting Stardust defense for 10 block. We'll be getting hit for 7 basically, because we're gonna be killing the pink Kadama. And yeah, eventually we're gonna be able to one-shot a few of these with Stardust Reverie. And hopefully we'll be able to get back to our Red Star Explosion pretty quickly, so we can do the huge AoE when we have concentration or charge. But for now, we're gonna be taking a little bit of damage here. One thing I could do as well is like this Master Spark here, but if I go to the Elite, and this is Aya, the Master Spark here is absolutely great. But if this is the Fairies of Light, I'm gonna regret it massively. Like, I'm gonna regret it enough that it might actually be the end of the run if we find the Fairies of Light here, and I don't have the spell card. So if we had if we had done the Elite here, and this was Fairies of Light, so I knew for sure that this was Aya, I would actually just spell card here. But yeah, not knowing that if this is Aya or the Fairies of Light, I'm gonna be saving spell card, just taking 7 damage. It's not great, but should be hopefully fine enough. We get 1 charge, which is not a lot, but so we got weakened by the Lukadama. Only 2 of them are attacking this turn, but we don't really have like any offense. All we have is the shoot. However, we have enough block, just of 2 block cards. This is 18 damage. So what I'm gonna do here is I should shoot either this one that is already buffed himself or the black one, just to get rid of the 14 block from the Fluffy. Next turn we might be able to like... So the thing is, I'm unlikely to be able to one-shot the black one without... like, even if I remove all of his block now. Unless I go like Flammable Laser into Stardust Reverie. And if I do this, I'm not gonna be able to block at all. And it's unlikely that he'll be the only one attacking me. So what I'm gonna do is just shoot here. This means that Flammable Laser should one-shot this, even through the weak. So if this one with buffed firepower is attacking next turn, I won't have to worry about it. That's why I'm prioritizing this one here. Yep. So I'm gonna have to spend the Astrology to get the Flammable Laser, which was the last card in my deck. Okay, so this is 25 damage, Jesus. So this would be 16... Yeah, if I had hit this one, I would be able to kill it with the combination of these two, but I would be taking 21 damage. Yeah, so I think the play was correct, because what I'm gonna be doing now is instead just Flammable Laser, one-shot this Kadama, and I'm gonna be able to do Stardust Defense. What I'm gonna do actually is Hand Warmer first. Should have done this first, regardless, just in case. Exile the shoot, and maybe I'll get the Orthodox Rebellion block. Yep, this blocks a little bit more. So I'm gonna be taking 13 damage rather than the 15 I was about to take. And next turn, with the Astrology, we're almost guaranteed to find the Red Star Explosion, which should kill the 2 Kadamas that are not the central black one. And hopefully the black one won't be attacking us, but we'll see. Take 13. Black one is attacking us, but yeah, we can actually go ahead and Bright Star Sky here in 5 charge. Go into Burst, and that lets us one-shot the Black Kadama with Flammable Laser, even through the weaken we have. And shoot the Moon on the other one, leaving the Stardust Reverie up to get the Blue Kadama on the next turn. Actually, with the weaken it's not good enough, but we draw the Ageless Dream to apply Vulnerable, so that's fine. Yeah, this has been kinda rough, honestly. So, we have Stargazing here, which is a huge card selection cantrip. I tend to like it quite a bit, even in builds like this, because it lets me find the good cards. And even if I have lets me find my retain cards, lets me go ahead and get charge gain cards if I need to go for charge gain on turns. The ignition without upgrading just cost way too much, and it works mostly with misfortune status. Like at the end of the turn, it does deal 5 to each enemy, but it's not worth it in my opinion. Just for that, if you don't have misfortunes or statuses. Too Big to Fail is a card I do like upgrading when I'm going for big decks, but I've been removing and transforming cards, so chances are I'm not gonna be like having a massive deck. So I'm not that interested in the Too Big to Fail. Not 100% sure I want Stargazing either. But the thing is, since I'm relying on cards like Shoot the Moon and Orthodox Rebellion for my defensive capabilities right now, I do think I want to like have the chance to find them more sooner. I'm gonna go ahead and be picking this. It's not like amazing, but the upgrade does give it retain, so would be like in a way a super astrology for 1 energy. So I'm gonna go ahead and just pick it here. Not 100% sure it's the correct choice, but it's either this or skip, like for sure. And yeah, 114 really wouldn't give us much on the shop, so let's just go to the gap. I have 24 HP, so the thing is, I'm pretty sure I have to heal up either on this one or this one, because there's no way I'm beating like the Elite and Reimu with only 24 HP, I think. So what I'm gonna do is heal up here, and that way I'm a lot safer on this Elite, a lot less chance of dying, and then if I come out of the Elite just fine, I can just upgrade on the gap, and if I got like really hurt, then I'll actually be alive and I'll be able to just rest again on the next one. Just gonna go ahead and drink tea. It's 24 HP is definitely not a lot. We do get Aya, which is the easier of the elites for us. So yeah, this turn just gonna H stream. I kinda want to find my Reverie and stuff before I start fighting her. So I'm gonna go ahead and not play the Red Star Explosion. Wouldn't do any damage regardless, just the Grace. The idea is, if I'm not actually trying to deal damage to her, she's gonna keep doing the newspaper. So it's gonna give me a few turns to set up. I've mentioned this before, but these are not free turns to set up. Like, not only do you get the newspapers on your deck, but also once she does this, not 100% sure if it's 3 or 4 times, but once she does this enough, instead of 3 newspapers, she starts putting 2 newspapers plus special edition into your deck, and the special edition costs 5 rather than 2 to exile, and if it's in your hand at the end of the turn, you're gonna lose 2 spirit, so eventually you're just not gonna be able to block her at all, and you're just gonna get destroyed. For now though, since we only have a shoot here, we're very likely to just draw all our powerful cards next turn, and even if we don't, we're gonna draw like card draw to find them. Mostly what I'm interested in here is just getting the Stardust Reverie as soon as possible. So I'm going to try and laser into Reverie to deal most of her HP. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and Bright Starry Sky, gain 5 charge, and next turn we might even be able to go on Burst, or at the very least spend the energy to gain Grace and... In fact, since next turn we're like extremely likely to be able to at the very least gain Grace, and if not, like we have the blocks from the Rebellion. Actually the Rebellion is not gonna be good enough because the first attack Aya does is 11 times 2 every time, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we're going to need the Shoot the Moon, but we're going to get at least one, like there's 7 cards. Assuming the 4 of them are these 4, one of the others is going to get a card draw, which is going to allow me to always get the Shoot the Moon. I mean, one of these 3 I meant, because if we get Shoot the Moon then we just don't have to worry about it. So yeah, we're guaranteed to be able to get the 2 Grace next turn. So I'm just gonna aggro Aya right now. And since I'm on it already, just get a little bit more charge. And next turn we're gonna be able to go into burst pretty much guaranteed. Maybe we won't need the Grace because we'll just one-shot Aya. Okay, so it's 7 times 2 instead of 11 times 2 because of the weaken. But yeah, what we can do here is we didn't draw the Shoot the Moon, so I am going to go ahead and Handwarmer on the impact. And now I do kind of have to decide, do I go into burst right now or just gain the Grace? And since we are retaining the Shoot the Moon, I mean the Stardust Reverie, I'm going to go ahead and just wait this turn. So I want to do, despite being a little less damage, I'm going to Shoot the Moon first before doing the Flammable Laser, because that's going to spend energy on the Grace, leaving us on 5 charge. Yeah. Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Actually, since they're already vulnerable, I guess it's not really less damage. Oh, that was... I didn't know that's how that worked. So, because we had the... Oh, we had concentration. Forgot about that. We already used the Handwarmer, so we had 1 concentration. So the Grace there was guaranteed regardless. But I guess we just... Yeah, that means we can just finish the fight already. Because normally I thought we wouldn't have enough damage. Because if I spent energy on going into burst, I'd have less damage. And... Yeah, I guess I just calculated it wrong. I just had the guaranteed burst into Reverie here. Yeah. Oh, that's an easy fight as you can see. Just set up a bit, going to burst, and one-shot Aya. Oil, whenever 5 black mana spent, gain 10 money, only twice each combat. So that's gonna be giving us a little bit more money over time. As for cards here, don't think I'm interested in any of these. The Flammable Laser is a nice upgrade, but not only does this one come unupgraded, but I'm not really interested in having more than one. Like I just like upgrading it early because it's a good starting deck card. But it's not a card that I take very often if I just saw it on card rewards. And yeah, not interested in a second explosion, and we don't really have misfortunes or anything that incentivizes us into putting in the deck. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip the wheel here. Like it's not like a bad card upgraded. It's 3 mana for 30 damage on 2 hits. And if you get more misfortunes, it does get quite strong. It is better on Lunatic7 because we have the eviction order here, unremovable and unplayable. But we don't really have. If we had like, let's say the exhibits that give us max HP or just firepower and spirit when we have misfortunes in the deck, maybe I could pick this up and try and get some misfortunes later. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and pass. Skip card here. Go to the gap. We didn't end up taking any damage, so I feel confident in just going ahead and upgrading. And if I were to be upgrading for the long term, I would pick the Handwarmer here. Just make it innate. Start making use of it on Act 2. However, against Reimu, I kinda wanna upgrade the Stardust Reverie, so we can just start scaling it up and having it finish the combat for us. This way, even if we spend some time like killing her orbs and blocking and stuff, we're going to be accumulating extra damage for when we need it. So yeah, when she opens, she gains some bear and the amulet as I mentioned, and yeah, this costs... actually, we are not going to be able to get the astrology if I want to just remove the amulet and deal some damage right now, which I think is our priority. So sadly we're not going to be able to do orthodox here, but I'm going to go ahead and red star explosion get rid of some of our barrier, and the lighter removes the amulet. And from now on, if we find the Ageless Dream, we can just use it on her, not have to worry. So, 0 defense hunt. I'm just gonna go ahead and spend the blue mana I got off of the Dream Diary. As mentioned, I tend to prefer having the small attacks due to how the mini hacker works. I'm gonna go ahead and exile the Hot Star Impact here. And we do draw some defense. So this stargazing means that I'm gonna be able to get any card I want here. And since I'm getting attacked twice and both of them are graceable, I'm actually just gonna go ahead and start gazing. Sadly, I'm gonna have to discard the Ageless Dream, and since I want to get back at it, back to it as soon as possible, I'm gonna go ahead and discard everything else as well, except the Shoot the Moon, which is the card I wanted. And we draw the Shoot the Moon, spend 1 red on any attack, just so I can have the 2 charge for the Shoot the Moon. And in fact, if I just drop... it's not gonna kill, but 10 plus 16 here is going to leave this very close to death, and we'll probably be able to finish this off next turn. So I'm gonna go ahead and shoot here. Into Shoot the Moon for the 2 grace, which we could actually get from the concentration anyway, now that I think of it. But regardless, yeah, that just means we have a little bit more charge, I guess. Yeah, I'm forgetting about the concentration kind of often. Oh, this is rather unfortunate. We get sealed on a pretty important turn. Okay, so I think this is actually where we are very happy that I managed to save out the Master Spark until this. And since I'm gonna be using this, I'm gonna just go ahead and Ageless Dream first. This reduces the damage we're taking from her and also increases the damage Master Spark does. The other option would have been to just do it on the Jinjang Orb. Just that way you get rid of the 2 orbs this turn. But I think this is going to be the better choice. And sadly, if I spend my black energy on stargazing here, there's nothing I could draw that would actually be better than just playing the defense. Yeah, the Rebellion requires black mana. We only have 1 boundary, which would be less block, so yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and start as defense. And nothing else I can play, so just do the Spark as mentioned. Eliminates like 10 damage from here. And yeah, we're gonna be taking still like 24, so 14 through our block. But that is 10 damage less we're taking. And yeah, that was a very unfortunate combination of draws along with the seal. But hopefully it won't screw us over for later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is go ahead and just shoot this. I can go ahead and Bright Starry Sky here. So this would be 24 twice, 48, no, 36 times 2, 72. Into 90. That wouldn't kill. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this from the combat. We're not gonna be able to do the Bright Star Sky here. This is one of the reasons why the Operate can be good. Just retain this turn. Sadly, not gonna be an option. Just gonna go ahead and use all of my attacks. Remember, I often play like when I have mana left over, nothing else to do regardless. I often play the cards just out of habit building. But remember, we have the Dream Diary here, so we don't want to play these defense cards if we don't need to, because we're gonna get 2 mana next turn from not playing any defense. Okay, so Rebellion here gives us the full block. We could find the flammable laser already, just so we can remove this amulet. and we have plenty of mana. So I'm gonna go ahead and astrology here. The Grace is useless next turn now that I think of it, because we're getting Fantasy Sealed. And in fact, because we're getting Fantasy Sealed, I kinda wanna finish this like ASAP. I'm gonna go ahead and discard everything. Still didn't get anything good here. So I'm just gonna go and remember, spend red energy if you can. And yeah, next turn it's gonna be probably Flammable Laser to go into burst, into just using my attacks. But I might actually just wait one more turn, because I'm gonna get hit for 30 times. Yeah, the weakening is going to go away. I'm gonna get hit for 10 times 3. Just kinda dangerous. I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea to just start us here? No, because that makes me go into bursts and would be completely wasted. So let's just wait one more turn. I got sealed. Forgot about that. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Thankfully though, we did draw like pretty much what we wanted for defense here. So next turn, sadly we are not gonna have a lot of offense left in the deck, but yeah, we are not going to get hit too hard off of the Fantasy Seal here. Sadly though, we are wasting the vulnerable, and the next vulnerable is gonna get blocked by the amulet. So we should pay attention to this. Like, remember, I have to get rid of the amulet before I try to go for my next burst turn. This could actually just be 2 good cards to play next turn. She's going to summon now, so this guarantees me like going to burst, kill one of them. I have enough charge that I'm also gonna have the overdrive ready. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just pass the turn here, because I don't think the 10 damage here is actually, I don't need to waste damage. If I just spend my black mana on these shoots, I'm not gonna go into burst. And I even activated the oil. So yeah. She summons, I get my cards, and I'm gonna go ahead, astrology, hope I get either laser or explosion. I think the explosion here is going to be the best option. Just go into burst, get rid of everything except Reimu, shoot the moon for grace. Yeah, that will be the optimal play here, I think. I'm not gonna be able to get vulnerable off of the laser anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and discard this. And do what I mentioned. Red Star Explosion is going to deal 64 damage, which is huge. Yep. And this would be 100, so doesn't kill right now, sadly. And I do need to block, otherwise this will actually kill me. So yeah, shoot the moon, gain 2 grace, and block as much as possible. Only took 6 damage here. And we have enough block this turn. The only card left is shoot, so not really relevant. Just deal some more damage, gain 1 energy. I mean 1 charge with the red mana. Okay, so with another Hakurai barrier, like doing flammable here would be for damage, because the vulnerables, like, we're never putting vulnerable on her again, I think. However, we have 5 energy. Yeah, I think we can actually do almost lethal this turn. Because this is going to deal 16. No, I think it's lethal. Yeah, this is going to deal 16. Gain 1 charge. So I go to 3. This put me on burst. And this deals 84 in burst. So 84 plus 16 is 100. So yeah, this is lethal. Before she gets the barrier. And we managed to get through Act 1 relatively unscathed. So, we have Stone of Fire, Hakurai Purification Rod, which is the Reimu B exhibit, or Fragments of the World, which adds blue to the mana base, and when acquired, we choose up to 2 cards in the library, replace them with that many random uncommons or rares. So, we do like Firepower quite a lot. Like, we have a few multi-hit attacks, and we tend to get, like, prioritize more. However, I'm not sure I actually picked the Stone of Aja here. Our deck doesn't have, like, a ton of multi-hits yet, and I'm thinking maybe we go just get the Fragments of the World, get rid of more of our basic cards, and that would also kind of help with getting a new color to get more cards available. Yeah, normally if I had like more multi-hit cards, for reference, I really don't think I want the Purification Rod. If there's like the unique cards would be kind of nice, because I do like a lot of Reimu's cards, plus like we get access to the black Reimu cards, which are pretty good as well in my opinion. But the thing is, this exhibit doesn't really do much unless you have barrier synergies, which we really don't. Like, this is mostly good because it enables Reimu's barrier synergies in my opinion. So I do think this is going to be Fragments of the World. The firepower isn't massive yet, and we do have Stardust Reverie as our main offense card right now. And retain cards are good with blue, because blue tends to have a decent amount of card draw, so you can just draw them early and use them for that. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Fragments of the World here. Like, if we wanted to like keep focusing on red, Stone of Aja is a good one. The firepower helps. The 4th red mana means that we don't have the usual problem of not being able to chain 2 cards that have red on the mana cost. But another way to not have to worry about that is just not picking double red cards, because we have an extra color. And in this case, I think Fragments of the World here is going to be the better option. Plus, might even give us a reason to use the Dream Diary's mana on color stuff. Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and transform cards. We've mostly been adding, again, utility or offense. So I'm going to like keep having like, I still want to kind of keep the Stardust defenses, mostly because I haven't found like huge blocking cards other than those so far. So I'm going to go ahead and just transform one shoot, 1 impact, and we get 2 good defensive cards. Those red ones though. Yeah. Bad Incarnation, 3 Grace, 5 temporary firepower for 3. The issue with the temporary firepower is that normally it's kind of hard to use, because you usually spend 3 energy on a card. But the Grace is very good, and when upgraded, it's like, if the enemy doesn't have like accurate attacks, you're basically full blocking for that turn regardless. And ironically, not picking up the firepower exhibit does give us a card that scales very well with firepower. But yeah, we did get like 2 strong defensive cards, and defense is what we were lacking the most right now. So I'm not unhappy about this. And we get to loot cards here. And neither of these seems too bad. Radioactive elements is like not bad, but without other sources of unstable potions, I'm not like super into it. It could be in a speculative pick, because blue black does have other things that go well with the unstable potions. For example, Patchouli, which is Marisa's unique teammate. Thunder Will Be Known would be a good source of firepower, and keeping our cards ethereal if we have bad cards in hand at that moment could help us. But plus, if we have stuff like astrologies, we can just accumulate cards, do this, and then just use our cards. However, it doesn't work well with cards like the Retain Stardust Reverie, because it forces me to just use it every time I draw it, which I don't want. And since that is a pretty important card on our deck right now, I'm a lot less interested in this one. Red Giant Impact, on the other hand, is a good damage card. Adds a flame to the deck, to the hand. When upgraded, adds a rainbow, which does help us thanks to our 3-color now. And it's like decent ratio of mana to damage. Plus, we do have the concentration from the hand warmer. So I think this is actually the pick here. You could go for radioactive elements speculatively. I really don't think we're strong enough to speculate on whatever we might find in the future. And since right now our what I consider the bulk of our offense, I think this is our strongest card right now, is a Retain card. I'm not gonna go ahead with picking this, so yeah, it's Red Giant for me. And we do have a decent chunk of money. However, we have a path here that lets us choose between Shop or Gap for the elite. So I'm thinking it's fine if I just want to go for an elite on this starting path and ignore the shop until the second part. Plus that means we might get the money from trading in one of our relics with Rinosuke. So yeah, I think I'd prefer having the shop leader. And so I'm gonna go ahead and since we're full are we? We're still kinda hurt because we were kinda low HP when we finished the boss. But we have our Master Spark up. We're kinda hurt, but not like a lot. I think it's fine to go for the elite here. Plus, it does have an event right beforehand. So yeah, I don't think it's a huge risk. I'm gonna go ahead and go for the elite. We get Purifier and Scouter. The Purifier is actually gonna be kind of an issue because we do have 3 colors and a lot of our cards have decently high color mana cost. But hopefully not gonna be a huge issue. I'm gonna go ahead and open up with the Bad Incarnation, just to make sure we don't take any damage this turn. In the 3 grays, trigger the first part of Long Night. Sadly that means we don't have mana for our Red Giant Impact, but we'll just go ahead and Boundary. Not for anything, just to get rid of the Long Night. Actually, this is a skill. So if we didn't play anything, we would have gotten 2 mana from the Dream Diary. Maybe that would have been better. Because the Long Night would cost me 1 extra mana, but this gives me 2. So actually, maybe I shouldn't have played any card at the end there. Small mistake, I think. Regardless, this is what we're doing now, and this is quite the awful draw actually. So we don't have concentration, we don't have enough charge, so we can't actually shoot the moon here. We can, but we're not gonna get the grace, and we're getting hit for 37 damage. Doesn't seem like we can only play 2 cards. God, this is an awful turn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and Master Spark here, I'm pretty sure. I can't take this much damage. Even the flammable laser doesn't help, because they're immune to vulnerable and weak, since they are robots. Well, they're household appliances, apparently. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and just Master Spark and then deal as much damage as I can. Otherwise I'm dead. And since either of my single targets is good enough to finish them off after an explosion, I'm just gonna go ahead and explosion and finish off the one that's hitting us the hardest. So yeah, I'm gonna be taking 15, which is not a good sign for the elite I supposedly wanted to go for. Still, this does finish the fight here. And yeah, I really want the hand warmer upgraded. So we kind of have some card selection from the Stargazing and the Rebelling, and the card draw on the hand warmer. But we don't really have like a big card draw option yet, so improvisation could be an option. I'm considering Heart Blossoms as well, just so we have like a bit more defense, since apparently we still don't have enough considering what just happens. Like, with Burst, this is actually like very efficient card draw. We're not getting into Burst that quickly regardless. Would help with the Bright Starry Sky though. Plus, since we kinda have issues like using all of our cards, and we do have Sun Retain, activating the Instinct is gonna be harder, so I'm less likely to be able to use this for blocking. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick Improvisation here. Mostly because we don't have a card draw option that like gives us actual card advantage yet over time. It's the hand warmer that exiles itself after using it. So yeah, gonna go ahead and pick this up. The Elite is kinda risky. I used my spell card and I'm at half HP. So this could be Jomu, Nitori. I don't remember what the third elite is in Act 2 right now. It's like Jomu, Nitori, and the third one. Against Jomu, I think we have like enough burst that we can defend early on and then just one-shot her close to one-shot her once she stacks up lock on. And having a free turn from Nitori would make it like decently likely we can get like either some barrier or at least something set up. The drone being invulnerable to the... not being affected by weak and vulnerable can be rough, but not like... we can still use it on Nitori herself. It's risky, but I think it's still like worth trying, because we are kinda low on power right now, and yes, that means this is risky with the HP we have, but it also means like sometimes we have to take risks, just because not taking them means the rest of the game is gonna scale out of our reach. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this, because I think we haven't really gotten strong enough that we can just go for the Path of Least Resistance so far. So, yeah, Keystone Flower Fairy, this would just be full block, gain an Astrology for next turn. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do this. We get rid of the Long Night, we block the entire thing, and we get to keep Astrology for our next turn in order to find important cards if we need them. The fairy here is going to attack us twice, so the Grace will be good enough to ignore her attack, and then we can just do the red star here, deal around 20 to each of them. Yeah, next turn, like we should be able to find either with Astrology or just draw naturally Laser plus one of our other attacks, which should be able to easily destroy the Keystone with the damage we're going to be doing now. So I'm not too worried about next turn. If I was worried about next turn, I might just go ahead and do Crimson Release, as we have the 5 temporary firepower. Not for the block, because we're already like taking no damage thanks to the Grace, but because this would give us 13 barrier. But not that worried. This is gonna leave both of them. Well, it's gonna leave the Keystone around half HP, and it's gonna hurt the Sunflower Fairy a bit through the block. So I'm fine with going ahead and doing this. We do waste the Vulnerable a bit from the Lighter, so we don't have anything else. But we're gonna be getting the mana from the Dream Diary as well. So I can go ahead and I do want some defense, just so I don't get hurt by the static charge. But as long as I defeat the Keystone, the Sunflower Fairy is not attacking this turn, so that will be perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and discard one of the defenses, because I'm hopefully not gonna need it next turn. Leave the Bright Starry Sky on top after drawing the Stardust defense, and we can do we can kill the Keystone this turn, go into Burst next turn, and finish off the Fairy with whatever we draw, plus we're gonna have Improvisation. Yeah, Improvisation in Burst. Yeah, got the defense, play it, go ahead and Laser here. And I do want to keep the charge, because I want to go ahead and Starry Sky into Improvisation. So I'm gonna go ahead and just use the Reverie here, rather than the Red Giant Impact, because this would consume the charge to add the Flame to our hand. And the attack that kills the Keystone doesn't actually activate the static charge, so I'm not gonna get hurt here, as you can see. And yeah, next turn we go into Burst and draw some cards and get rid of the Fairy, hopefully. First, Improvisation for 3 new cards for only 1 energy, because we're gonna generate 1 energy through being in Burst. And we don't have that many attacks actually, so I'm gonna go ahead and Hand Warmer, because if we don't draw enough damage to finish her off, I would rather just spend my mana on defense. So for now, I'm going to see what I draw. And with the Shoot the Moon here and the concentration from the Hand Warmer, I'm actually just gonna go ahead and do this. Actually, we might be able to get the H2 Stream here to deal more damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and Stargazing first. Get rid of everything else, and yeah, we can do H2 Stream into our Shoot the Moon, and next turn we're gonna have more than enough damage to finish her off. So yeah. The only reason she's not dead is because she had some block. But we get 2 Grace, take no damage, and just finish her off. Quick and simple. That was a pretty decent fight. And yeah, as you can see, we're actually getting like a lot of use of the Dream Diary in the end. Because a lot of the time we are blocking just with Gracing skill, like Gracing skill, or Gracing attack from Shoot the Moon, stuff like that. So, Dark Satellite, good block card. To 2 mana for 15 block. If the last card we played was black, we draw 2 cards, so it's also card draw. We don't have that many black cards that we want to use. Like, we can activate this, but the issue is we have 2 black mana only. So we'd be using maybe like improvisation when we're embarrassed, in which case it doesn't really matter as much that we're playing more defense that draws cards. Yeah, stuff like Shoot the Moon, playing like pay it with 2 red, we'd still have the mana to draw cards. But under the conditions where we can actually activate the card draw, we don't really need the card draw most of the time, in my opinion. Witch's Crucible would be unstable potions plus poison. We don't have any unstable potions, not really interested in it. And Falling to Poverty, like, it's like losing 5 money isn't a big deal if we're actually like getting a big benefit off of it. We could treat this like a tool that we spend some money in order to get something like big and strong. But it's just 10 damage twice that's accurate. It's not bad. It works with things like the Bad Incarnation as well. But in the end, one of the issues we mentioned last time is that we ended up not picking the firepower exhibit. We don't have that much firepower ourselves. So this being a multi-attack isn't that big. I'm gonna go ahead and just skip here. Plus, we're gonna have like a lot of money we can use on the shop like this. So, Patchouli event is actually huge. We have a 3-color deck, so getting the Philosopher's Mana here is going to help a lot. Since in the end we didn't get like that many double red cards, we only have like 2. And we do have like quite a few purple cards in the end. I mean black cards. So I think I am going to go ahead and convert a red mana into Philosophers. This also means that I'm pretty sure the way card rewards work is now we have access to double blue cards, because we have a blue mana which unlocks our blue options, and then the Philosopher's Mana means that we can cast double blue cards, so those are also available. We don't get green cards and white cards because we don't have any mana of that color. But if we have any mana of that color, I'm pretty sure the Philosopher's Mana allows us to get cards that are of that color that have several mana pips of that color. So that is more available cards that could help us in the future. So we have Nitori, we're at half HP, and we don't have the Master Spark, and she hits kinda hard. So this could be very rough. But hopefully we'll be fine. So the first turn she spends summoning her robot, which is actually like huge for us, because we're gonna be able to just play both of our attacks, gain the mana from the Dean Diary, get rid of Long Night, get 2 energy from 2 charge from the Mini Hakuro. So that's gonna be huge. For now, that is what we're gonna be doing here. I might have wanted to do Crimson Energy Release if I could, but the issue with that is the mana cost from it not being upgraded yet means we wouldn't be able to play any other card, so we'd still have the Long Night and we'd be wasting a ton of mana. Okay, so this is the big turn. If we can survive this, we can generally like either burst Nitori or fight normally. And right now we have Bad Incarnation here to ignore like both of the Purifier attacks and grace one of Nitori's into the Orthodox Rebellion, giving us an Astrology and blocking the remaining damage. So that is what I'm going to go ahead with. And now we kinda have like some mana that we don't have much use for. I kinda want to go ahead and Stargazing here. If we get something better to do than just shoot, we can go ahead and pick that up and do it. And if we don't, we can just order, not really order the deck, but leave the cards on top that we're actually interested on using and just draw something bad, so we don't draw it next turn. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna go for here. Stargazing. Okay, so this we're either going to discard or draw right now. So we're gonna be kinda far from being able to get into burst, which means I might want to set up for killing Nitori next turn without burst, or just blocking. Okay, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just assume I'm not gonna be able to kill Nitori next turn. So I kinda want the Ageless Dream for the weaken. However, okay, so this isn't removing my mana this time, like this isn't purifying me, because it's in the multi-attack. So let's say next turn I apply Vulnerable to her. This would be 34 plus 50%, 51. Stardust Reverie doesn't do it. What else do we have left? Is it just 2 Stardust defense? Yes, 2 Stardust defense. So yeah, I think I'd rather just discard everything I can. Gonna draw the Stardust Reverie and leave the Ageless Dream on top for next turn. Yeah, gonna go ahead and do that. I don't think we can burst Nitori, sadly. Actually, let's start Explosion with Overdrive. Do we have Overdrive? We will have Overdrive if we do Flammable Laser first. So that would be 2142 because it's twice. And yeah, this actually kills Nitori. If we get these two, we kill Nitori. So never mind. Yeah, I'm not going to discard the improvisation because I want to draw one of these right now because I'm going to draw for the Stargazing, and I want to draw both of these next turn. So yeah, and this way my hand next turn is going to be Explosion, Laser, Dream, Reverie, and 1 defense. And the defense cards I'll probably use for whatever damage the Purifier tries to do to me. If I have the mana anyway. So yeah, let's go with this. That means I'm going to go ahead and shoot Nitori here. We have enough damage actually. No need to shoot Nitori. Let's shoot the Purifier. Because I calculated that I have way more than enough damage to finish her. So yeah, this is going to be Ageless Dream into Laser. Oh god, I was calculating with the 5 firepower we had from the Bad Incarnation, so I don't even have close to lethal here. Like this would be 24 times 2, not even close. That is such a massive fuck up. So, there is maybe one way I can fix this. Basically, I'm gonna go ahead and spend the astrology here. Get Scry this to the bottom. We're gonna get 1 draw out of 14. So there's a couple of cards here that could save me. If I draw the Bright Starry Sky, I use the 3 mana I have left, go into burst, get to actually finish off Nitori, so I'm only taking the damage from the Purifier. If I draw Hand Warmer, I can still have one more chance to draw the card I want, and play the Stardust defense in the worst case. And if I draw Shoot the Moon, which is what I would want off of Hand Warmer, I can use the charge I have to gain 2 grace, only take 8 damage off of this. But yeah, that was a huge mistake. But hopefully this will help. I do draw Shoot the Moon, that is absolutely huge. Yeah, this means I'm gonna take a lot less damage than I was about to. Like only taking 8 rather than 32. So yeah, that was a huge mistake because I was calculating my damage, assuming I had the firepower. Mostly because that's what it showed on the cards, but I forgot it was going to be less afterwards. But yeah, this means I'm not actually like getting destroyed here. I am getting purified though, which is going to be rough. But they are both defending this turn, so I can probably just finish off Nitori without issues. Okay, let's just go ahead and stargazing here. Yeah, the flaying is actually gonna be kind of relevant here, and I'm not gonna. Actually, I have the Starry Sky here. I could just go into burst and maybe kill them both. No, I can do that next turn, actually. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is get the red giant here. Leave everything else as is. So maybe this one. And that way, this turn, I can go ahead, finish off Nitori. And I did spend energy on the flame. I mean, charge on the flame, but I get to go back to 3 from the other attacks I played. So I get to just do Rebellion here to get an Astrology. And next turn I'm gonna have extra card draw and extra mana. And I'm gonna be able to go into burst just fine here. Get the flame, improvisation to for card draw. More card draw off of the Hand Warmer. And that means I have concentration, so the red giant impact is going to give me the flame for free. So this is a free attack. Astrology again for more card draw. Get the Reverie. And Flammable Laser plus Reverie should be lethal. Yep, exact lethal. The vulnerable doesn't help, but it was the damage I was looking for. Because remember, those things are not affected by vulnerable. Okay, so I'm kind of making quite a few mistakes this round, but thankfully, just remember, even if you make mistakes, don't compound mistakes. Like, once I miscalculated, it could have been really easy to just go ahead, start as defense, not worry about what else I could do, and just keep the astrology for another turn. Instead, since I was already like in a very bad situation, playing the astrology and not getting what I wanted would not have been like much worse than not playing it, because I'm kind of screwed regardless. But getting what I wanted was a huge recovery moment, and it did end up happening. So it was kind of lucky, but also like sometimes you have to create your own luck. Like if I wasn't careful about looking at my options there to see how I could get out of the hole, I would have just been stuck there. Instead, I got the chance to be lucky, and I did end up being lucky, thankfully. So yeah. Okay, so we got money. Ice Cube is nice, but might not be like super useful because we only have 1 blue mana so far. That being said, the rainbow mana activates all of the relics that require you to spend certain colors of mana. So between this and burst, we do have like some chances to activate it. And okay, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and pick waste utilization here. I really do want to upgrade. Thing is, God, I need so many upgrades. I want to upgrade the hand warmer. The incarnation would be nice. Starry Sky and Stargazing would be nice. Improvisation would be nice. So yeah, I need so many upgrades. Like the waste utilization is a good card, but without upgrading it, like having to exile 2 cards from my hand to get the benefit. Like, it's not even having to exile 2 cards from my hand to get the benefit. It's the fact that what I want to exile is generally on my discard or my draw pile. So yeah, not a priority. And yeah, every single card I'm being offered here, I want to upgrade before using it. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upgrade on Takana's shop. Normally I never do this, but I'm very desperate for upgrades. And since I'm gonna upgrade here, I think I'm gonna go ahead and pick the waste utilization. Because this kinda means that when I use this, I'm removing cards for that combat. So that will help me compensate a bit. Yeah. Like, it's not gonna matter as much because I'm pretty sure what I'm upgrading is the hand warmer, not the waste utilization, but I'm kinda way too desperate for upgrades, sadly. I have to go ahead and do that. So, Lighter or Dream Diary, we don't want to sell either of these in my opinion. So I'm just gonna go and do nothing here. Exchange the high-tech glasses for the game console to be able to continue the chain to get into Act 4. And yeah, with 340 money, I absolutely want to just go ahead and go to the shop. So, the Keystone plus Fairy again. However, this Fairy is the Black Butterfly, the upgraded Fairy, should we say. Which is a bit stronger, quite a bit stronger in fact. We don't have enough block just off of Rebellion into Stardust, but we would be taking 4 damage, and I think that's the least damage we're gonna be taking here. So we can't activate the Shoot the Moon for the Grace, and we can't Ageless Dream and then do our defense anyway. What I might be able to do is, like, the Astrology will remove the Long Night if I play it afterwards, so I'd still have mana for Stardust defense worst case. And if I drew... No, none of the cards I could draw would be relevant this turn actually. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and do Rebellion into Stardust, take the 4 damage, have an Astrology. But yeah, this is another time where if I had the hand warmer, I could just get rid of it instantly, get concentration for the... like, get rid of the Long Night instantly, get concentration for Shoot the Moon. Yeah, I really need to upgrade this, like, this instance. Aside of that though, this gives us full block, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use this. I kinda wanna use the waste utilization if I can, so I'm gonna go ahead and Astrology to find cards I might want to get rid of. And I find none of them really. I'm gonna go ahead and draw the Reverie just so it starts scaling up. Stargazing. Since I'm already like blocking in a way for full, I'm gonna go ahead and try to find the cards I want to get rid of. And this actually helps, because I'm gonna go ahead and do... yeah, I have 7 cards left. So if I do this, I'm gonna... like this actually. Yeah. I'm gonna draw the Boundary. And Warmer on the Boundary is going to get rid of this, draw 2 cards, which will be Shoot and Eviction Order, and I can get rid of both of those with the waste utilization, leave 2 potions on my deck that I'm gonna immediately draw next turn, and then use the extra energy to hopefully finish the fight next turn. So yeah. This, and warmer on the boundary, and utilization on these 2. So yeah, now I'm gonna have the Reverie available. Alright, they go on the discard pile, not the draw pile. That's unfortunate. This was still the best play I wanted to make. I got rid of some bad cards, got the potions up, still taking no damage this turn. This turn, the Keystone's probably gonna... I expect it to buff itself actually with the static electricity thing. Regardless, we have 25 here. With vulnerable, it's not good enough to finish it off. So what I'm gonna do here is, well, first off, Rebellion, just so I can draw, get some block of the Ice Barrier too. Okay, so I don't have any charge at all, so I'm not interested in the Starry Sky, and obviously I don't want to draw the status. I'm just gonna go ahead and take the potion here. Unfortunate target, but I get the second potion on the Keystone. So now I do get to kill it with the Weaken into Stardust. And I can get full blocking off of the second Stardust defense. And thanks to the Rainbow Energy, I can get rid of the curse to not take damage from this. And yeah, it's just not attacking this turn, so just laser into impact. I'm not even close to having enough charge to enter burst. Oh, that got the concentration regardless, so never mind. But yeah, I wanted the flame to maybe be able to do stuff with my attacks next turn. But so I was willing to waste the charge, like to spend charge on it, but I had concentration anyway, so it didn't matter. So I can't graze this, so I should not shoot the moon early on. Since there's so many cards here, like drawing 3 random ones isn't like that interesting. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is Stargazing. It gives me a lot more card selection, get rid of the ones I don't want. And this means that I can draw the Starry Sky. Since I didn't spend the energy, I can actually go into burst with it, which will give me card draw of improvisation, and I'm definitely gonna have way more than enough damage to finish the fight. Leaving the Stardust Reverie here because it's going to be a decent. This is going to be 50 damage with burst, so yeah. This does end the fight. Enter burst, draw the cards. I believe this has this already proc twice this combat. Gonna check. Because I already have lethal, just Stardusting the Butterfly. So I'm gonna check if I've got. Yeah, this didn't go up even though I spent black mana, so it's already I already got all the money I wanted off of this turn. So just go ahead, start this Reverie, and finish the fight, and get to the shop. Is the Asteroid Belt good now? Maybe? I'm getting like a decent... some decent energy generation, not a lot, but the portions of the utilization, the going to verse giving me 3 rainbow. And this is a pretty good card, like even better upgraded, but I'm unlikely to be able to upgrade many of my cards right now. But yeah, I'm getting like a decent amount of charge now, because just playing this because of the mini Hakaro and the 2 charge. If I do this into Starry Sky that is instantly burst, I think this is good enough to take right now. Go ahead and pick it up. I'm actually very tempted by this. So, Remelia event, we can exchange our basic attacks for the vampire attacks. In exchange, we will be getting Reverse Hunger, which is an unremovable, unplayable curse that we retain. And if we didn't gain life this turn, so basically any turn we don't use at least one of these, we're gonna be losing 5 life. However, right now I have Waste Utilization and Hand Warmer. Hand Warmer I'm probably gonna use turn 1, but that means the Waste Utilization can get rid of Eviction Order and the Reverse Hunger. Thing is though, I just realized I've removed pretty much all of my basic attacks, so this would only exchange for 1 shot. So yeah, we could just upgrade this into like DL8, heal 1, so it's not even close to worth it. Never mind that. Sorry Remy, I'm not going to become a vampire. And we finally get to the shop we were looking for so hard. So, cards. The Cucumber Missile is very good here. Free attack that draws a card. Works very well with our Bursty deck. Lets us basically it's extra damage added on top of our burst. It doesn't consume either a card or any energy. So I really like this one as an option. Danmaku Notes, actually not a bad card. Like if we have the charge to spend on it, this is 24 block for 2 energy, and part of it is barrier, which we are having like quite a few issues with our defense, so this could help a lot. And it's on discount. Counter Danmaku is like a bit too late for this card. I wouldn't dislike this on Act 1, but I don't think it's good right now. Full Moon Howl, not bad, not sure I'm gonna pick it up now. Because I already have quite a few other sources of vulnerable. And even if it's a card like I'd like to have in my deck, I'm not sure it's a card I want to pay for when I could use the money on other stuff. Yeah, seeing this, I'm pretty sure, as I mentioned, I am going to upgrade here. I need to upgrade the Hand Warmer right now. Other than that though, like, I like the Caracasa here. Turn 1, we can 8 block and upgrade a random card on our starting hand. We are lacking upgrades, so this helps with that. Turn 1, because of the Long Night, is usually our weakest point, so also helps with that. The Peony Stone is not bad either. Whenever we spend 5 red energy, we deal 6 damage to each enemy. It gives us some casual AoE and like slowly helps whittle down enemies. The Sutra of Dramatic Power, after the spell card is activated, we gain 3 energy. Not too bad with things that generate power like the game console. I was wrong, I had one other thing that generated power. No idea. Could have sworn so, but I guess I was wrong. So yeah, this is like half of the money we have, but it leaves us with enough to get the Danmaku Notes and the Cucumber Missile without issues. Which I kind of want both of these. Another option here is like another Canfoot. Lets us go to gaps and upgrade rather than heal again. And again, we really do need our upgrades because we're very low on them. Is there any shot I could get all of it? Like this would be 158 plus 7 is 165, so 185. 185 plus 82 is 187, 267. I can actually get all of it, yeah. Because that's 267, which leaves me with more than 50 to get the Canfoot. So that is what I'm going to be picking up here. Yeah. Caracasa, Cucumber Missile, Danmaku Notes, Canfoot. And I bought every single thing I wanted, like I really felt like I needed from the shop. Have 9 money left over, so this is just absolutely a perfect shop in my opinion, and might be what stabilizes us. We got the Hand Warmer upgrade, we got some healing which we kind of desperately need with the HP we have. Cucumber Missile is like strong card because with it being a free attack, it draws us a card. Scales with the firepower, scales with burst. Danmaku Notes gives us a way to spend our charge on defense rather than offense. Kinda like the Shoot the Moon. And the barrier is very useful in that kinda often we're drawing hands that have no defense. So if we got barrier beforehand, we are saving some defense for future turns. So yeah, very happy with this one. And let's go to the elite and hope we don't die here. Okay, so Yomu. Yomu just has the basically roguelike here. It applies one lock on every time she deals attack damage. Does not work on grazing, so if we like graze her attacks, she won't actually apply the lock on. She does also gain like a lot of grace herself, and has a lot of multi attacks. So what I'm thinking here is, well, first things first, I'm gonna go ahead and Handwarmer in a really long night. Our Karakasa upgrade hit the Bright Starry Sky, so this is going to retain now. So since we have Bright Starry Sky and Stardust already, I think we can just, at some point, we can get like a huge burst turn with where we just maybe one-shot Yomu, like at least get rid of most of her HP. So that means I kind of want to play defensively right now. And since he's dealing 21, I am 100% doing Stardust defense here. And I could go ahead and Flammable Laser, take 3 damage. It means like we apply 2 vulnerable, 1 from the laser, 1 from the lighter, so next turn she would be vulnerable. Since she scales quite fast with the lock-on, I actually think this is going to be worth it. Changing 3 HP in order to deal a decent chunk of damage here, making her vulnerable for her next turn. Could really help a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Gain 1 charge as well. Take 3. Okay, so we can just Bad Incarnation here to grace everything she's doing this turn. And I'm gonna see what I draw for the Cucumber first things first. Take 1 grace away. So we draw the Eviction Order, which basically didn't draw anything. She's gonna get back like her grace regardless. I think what I'm going to, but like it doesn't really matter because this is my way to spend. There's 2 things I could do here. I could either just Orthodox and shoot, let me keep an Astrology for later. This goes well with the Burst Her Down with charge plan. Or I could just Improvisation, see if I get the Waste Utilization or the Canned Food, maybe even the Ageless Dream. And if I don't, I do have the Dream Diary activating anyway. Since I have the Dream Diary, I think just there's no issue with risking the Improvisation play here. Because worst case, sure I lose on the Astrology, but I get the 2 mana anyway. And since I'm retaining 2 cards, I'm likely to be able to use the mana if I want to. So let's go with this. And I do draw both of them in fact. And I think the Ageless Dream is more important here, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this one. This fight should end in like the next 2 turns maybe. If it takes a 3rd turn, I think she spell cards me and I just lose the game. So the Ageless Dream has a lot more short-term benefit than the Waste Utilization. So that's what I'm going to be going for here. So yeah, the Grace keeps her from locking onto me and dealing damage. I'm gonna go ahead and heal, because again, I have no reason not to. So she has 2 Grace here. Shoot the Moon gets rid of her Grace and gives me 2 Grace as block for this turn. So that means that I can spend another turn without using any defense cards. And it sets me up for Bright Starry Sky next turn. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I might want all of my red mana, so I'm gonna go ahead and shoot them on like this. Yeah, because I'm gonna spend Asteroid Belt, double red on Asteroid Belt now. And I did still want one red mana left, so I could do Red Star Explosion. Oh, this is gonna spend charge though. That's unfortunate. Am I still doing it? This would be like 48 damage. But it puts me down to 2 charge. I would only have to use 1 attack after the Bright Starry Sky to get burst. And I'm gonna have the extra energy from the Drain Diary. I think it's actually fine. Well, it's not fine. It's ideally I would have played this like beforehand, so I wouldn't spend charge. But I think it's the best play to make here, regardless. Because if I just do an attack after the Starry Sky, I'm likely to be able to just finish off the fight with Stardust Robbery. However, every attack I have in hand has Overdrive right now. So I guess I'm going to be looking for something else of Stargazing. The Cucumber Missile doesn't work because it doesn't spend energy. However, I am gonna leave it on top because it's free damage. Like, I'm just gonna use it and draw whatever else I leave on top anyway. I'm gonna have 7 mana. 3 of it is gonna be spent on it. Yeah, I have mana left to spend, so what I'm gonna leave on top is gonna be the Flammable Laser. And this should be the end of the fight. A Missile to draw a Laser. A Laser for damage. Bright Starry Sky to enter burst. And Stardust Robbery finishes the fight, and even if it didn't, I still had 2 other attacks. And I would have used one of them for like 50 extra damage. But we finished the fight without too many issues. We took like 4 damage turn 1, I think, and that's it. So yeah, this is one of the exhibits I mentioned that work with misfortunes. Bit too late for it. I'm unlikely to be able to get any benefit out of this, but for now, it's not like it costs us anything to take it. As for cards, 1 Asteroid Belt is enough. We don't have that much red mana. Discriminating Ignition, I wouldn't take even if upgraded. There's no shot I'm taking it unupgraded. Milky Way could be helpful. Like, it's like the block equivalent of Stardust Reverie, just retain with scaling. And it does help with the issue that sometimes we just draw a lot of attacks or utility cards and stuff. So I do think I like picking this up here. Since we're not going to be playing like a lot of defenses as well on many of the turns, we can spend the mana on the 2 colorless here. So yeah, I'm going to be picking up the Milky Way here. Helps us fix our defense issue. Since it retains, it helps us with the problem of not drawing the defense cards on the right turns. Really just helps in different ways. So, second Anti-Resistance, Fox Mask or Chopper. The Fox Mask, every time we play 3 attacks, we gain 1 spirit. Thing is, our blocking cards, well, it does benefit the Crimson Energy Release by since it upgrades both the block and the barrier. But most of our blocking cards are like huge individual block cards rather than a lot of cards that we use to gain block several times. So the spirit isn't like really that important. Meanwhile, the chopper helps us with upgrades, which is one of the things that we were having a lot of issues with. And we only have one basic attack left, so we are guaranteed at least one upgrade on our good cards, and we might even get two. The ideal ones would be like Asteroid Belt and Shoot the Moon here, I think. But as long as we get Shoot the Moon, I'm happy, regardless of the whatever the other one is. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the chopper. Yeah, we got the ideal ones, Asteroid Belt and Shoot the Moon. So that was perfect. Very happy with that chopper pick. We don't have money now, so I want to go to a gap path, which means either the top one or the the third one from the top. And since again I tend to prioritize event before combat rather than combat before event, because the event can influence the combat quite a bit, but the other way around doesn't usually happen. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick this path here. I guess this one gives me more options. Like if somehow this is an event where I get a ton of cash, maybe I want to go to the shop, though I heavily doubt it. And worst case, I can kind of like go here regardless. Yeah, this is actually the best path because it's the same here. But after this, I can go to the shop if I find that I have a chance to do something good in there, and if not, I just go to the gap and the elite, which is the same as the top path. So we get the EMP device here. This is very helpful against the drones. So since it replenishes, there's no real reason not to take it unless you're like have so many retain or replenish cards or card draw that you're filling up your hand, and that is very much not our case. So this could help a lot with drones. We did already fight Nitri, so that's like not gonna be relevant. But there's like a few events that have us fight a lot of drones. There's an encounter here that's 4 drones, stuff like that. I think there's an encounter, well, not 4 drones, but Purify Scouter plus the Kappa. So it will actually be helpful here. So we're getting hit for 8 times 2 here. So let's start with Handwarmer. We get 8 block from the Caracasa, which means, well, first off, canned food, heal up. Which means we only need 1 block card here to block fully, thanks to the Caracasa. So I'm gonna go ahead, do the missile, see what we draw. Red Giant Impact, we have Concentration. So yeah, I believe this is gonna be Orthodox Rebellion into Red Giant Impact, letting us have both extra energy and extra card draw for next turn. And we're retaining the Milky Way and the Stargazing as well. So yeah, next turn we can probably do like, a lot here. I'm unlikely to use the Ageless Dream in this combat, because I could use it on the Kappa, but she's not going to attack unless either both of them are fully repaired, or we defeat both of the drones, and when we defeat both of the drones, hopefully we'll be in burst and just defeat her as well. For now, I'm just going to, like, the cards I have are not like super great, so I'm gonna go ahead and Stargaze into see what's left in our deck, see what we can get. Okay, so Bright Sky plus Asteroid Belt here can put us into Burst. And Burst plus Overdrive, and this would clear both drones, and we do have quite a bit of energy. However, we need to play a red card first, which we won't have. So I might actually just go ahead and pick up the Shoot the Moon for the Grace. Just grace both of these and probably just kill the Purifier with attacks. I'll likely Astrology for another attack here. Actually, if I'm going to Astrology for another attack, what I think I'm gonna do is go ahead and do this, pick up the Asteroid Belt, Astrology for the Shoot the Moon, and these are gonna be my attacks for the turn, I'm pretty sure. Get the flame here. I'm gonna need the energy since I need to play one more card before the others to gain the charge. Astrology. Oh, the EMP device could be nice as well. No, because I'm already going to kill one of them. I'm not gonna take any damage this turn. I'm gonna leave it here in case I need the turn afterwards, because it replenishes anyway, so I'm not gonna be bothered by drawing it. But I'm unlikely to use this on this combat actually. So yeah, Red Star Explosion. Yes, so I have a red card played. So this gives me the charge I'm looking for. And Shoot the Moon finishes off. Okay, since Shoot the Moon does 24 damage, which would have been enough to finish off the Purifier here. So I should have done the Asteroid Belt on the bottom one. But it's not like a huge deal. I'm still getting rid of one of them, getting full block from the Grace. But this could have like 21 less HP, which would have made it a lot easier to finish the combat next turn. Still, with 5 energy, like with 5 charge, we're likely to be able to. We are actually not gonna get the charge here. However, since none of them are attacking, this is easily just a Body Incarnation for firepower. Flammable laser here. Gets enough damage to finish off with a missile. And since we're not going to be able to use the Ageless Rim, we're not going to need the EMP device. I'm just going to exile both of them now with the waste utilization. Unlikely to be relevant, seeing as we have 17 cards in the draw pile. So we're most likely going to finish the combat first. But just in case, it's the optimal play. So, big issue here is that we don't have enough mana to do like energy release into Asteroid Belt, because we don't have enough red mana specifically. But since this spends 3 energy and this gains 3 charge and this gains 3 charge, the fact that we're paying red mana for them means we're going to get 2 more charge, so we're going to enter burst despite spending energy on the Star Explosion. And these don't kill the Scouter, but they get me into burst, which is enough for the Stardust Reverie to finish the encounter by a landslide. And that was a good fight. Yeah, we're getting like a lot stronger now. Because the Devil's Codex here is absolutely amazing. Exile a card to draw 2 cards. Lets us thing our deck. Lets us exile the bad cards like Eviction Order, the basic cards, etc. But also on debut, so the first time you use this, you're gonna add an Occult to the hand. So this is basically drawing us cards, exiling cards we don't want, and it gives us enough energy that basically it pays for its first 2 casts. So yeah, Devil's Codex here is absolutely amazing in my opinion. Plus it comes pre-upgraded. Like without the upgrade, it costs 1 more, so it only pays for itself once with the Occult. And yeah, the upgrade just means it's absolutely the best card here, no contest. Even if these 2 were upgraded, this would probably still be like by a mile the best one. But Runaway is not the worst. The issue with this, like basically adds draw 3 cards when you upgrade. But the big issue with this one is we would be discarding our retain cards. They would be less expensive, but we're not that interested on the discount. Not enough to. Because like the draw 3 cards might be negative. Because like imagine if we discard like 3 like upgraded Stargazing and the Milky Way plus I don't know, the Stardust Reverie. That would actually be worse than not discarding and not drawing. But yeah, the Devil's Codex is just way too good not to take here. And as predicted, I really don't want to go to shop, only 100 money here. So let's go to the bottom. For reference, by the way, we are fighting Tenshi. This is actually a pretty good boss for us, because as long as you don't attack her, she's not that strong. Like she's not gonna have she's not gonna be using her spell cards a lot. So we can like abuse her retain cards, slowly exile the bad cards in our deck with the one we just picked up, the Devil's Codex, and just set up to go into burst, apply vulnerable, and just finish her off maybe in a single turn with Stardust Reverie. So that is a strong option for that combat. So I think our next priority upgrade is likely to be waste utilization, just so we can use it even if our hand is good. Because this way we're actually starting to have a good chunk of card removal cards, so like this, the Devil's Codex stuff. Just lets us have a much stronger deck by virtue of removing our weaker cards. After this, I'm likely to prioritize one of my defensive cards, so the Energy Release or the Bad Incarnation. Probably the Release, just because the mana cost is the biggest reason we haven't been able to use it. But yeah, this is I think this is an easy choice. Like, I don't think anyone would disagree with upgrading waste utilization here. And we move on. We are fighting Harana Kokoro here. We would like to defeat the masks ASAP, because they're the idea here is Kokoro, every time we get debuffed, her spell card is going to deal more damage. And most of the debuffs come from masks. I think she does have like one debuff, right before the spell card in fact. But very often she's not actually applying any. Most of them come from her summons. So we are going to prioritize getting rid of our summons, I'm pretty sure. As usual, regardless, I'm gonna start with Handwarmer. It's Long Night. And since Bad Incarnation here means that we can't use any other card, any other of our cards, I'm gonna go ahead and get the Grace from Shoot the Moon. Since this is 2 Grace, I am going to want to defeat one of the masks for sure, but that was already kind of my priority regardless, so I'm not happy with it. And yeah, that means I'm gonna Flammable Laser into Shoot the Moon. And I'll admit I'm not sure what the difference between each of the masks is, so I'm just gonna go ahead and defeat the top one. And spend the concentration we got from the Handwarmer to gain 2 Grace. Yeah, that's yet another reason why Handwarmer is so good, just lets you use the overdrive cards early on before you actually manage to charge up all that much. So Asteroid Belt is active, because we did our last card was Shoot the Moon, which was red. And that means we can go into Burst with Bright Starry Sky here. But before I know if that is actually worth doing, I'm gonna go ahead and Stargaze to see what I can draw. And if I find something that's good, I might actually go ahead and do the Burst. Otherwise, I doubt I'll do it. I do need to find, like, if I don't find something good for that, I need to find some defense regardless. Kokoro here is hitting for 27. So yeah, the Stargazing is kind of necessary. Pretty much no matter what. Thing here, so yeah, I'm actually not going to use the Starry Sky. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is discard all of these. Sadly, I also have to discard the HD Stream, which I kind of wanted to keep. But what I'm gonna get is the Devil's Codex, drawing the Notes and the Reverie. The Reverie will be useful just by staying in hand, retaining, and starting to scale up. And the Danmaku Notes is what we're going to be spending our charge on, just so we can almost fully block Kokoro, and in fact fully block with the boundary. Issue being, we are gonna have to exile a card, so we're not gonna be able to shoot here, because I want to keep the boundary and I don't want to exile any of my other cards. So So in order to actually be able to use the Asteroid Vault afterwards, I have to be careful with my mana and with my card play order. So I'm gonna get Boundary first before the nodes, because I want to play nodes before the belt, and I want to keep double red for belt. And there we go. That gets us quite a bit of charge, full block. And sadly, this is going to debuff us once, but hopefully it won't be an issue. And technically, we could Occult, Bright Sky, Stardust Reverie something, like maybe this to not get the debuff. But it doesn't feel worth it to me. When chances are, if I just keep scaling the Stardust and go into burst at the appropriate moment, I can probably just defeat Kokoro before she actually uses her spell card at all. Rather than worry about making her spell card weaker, I rather worry about defeating her before she uses it. I did get minus firepower here though, which is rather unfortunate. Gonna go ahead and Orthodox Rebellion, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so this is 17 plus 16, 33 damage. Gonna go ahead and just missile here. It's not like we're gonna be dealing a lot of damage with it, but I see one more card with the waste utilization. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have to Occult here, just so I can get a full block. I think this is Rebellion. I wanna energy release here, because if I think I have more than enough for full block, and so this is gonna give me a bit more barrier on future turns. And technically, Milky Way would give me full block and protect all my barrier, but I'm willing to sacrifice 3 barrier, because again this was 33 damage, so this blocks for 30. And I'm willing to sacrifice, as I mentioned, 3 barrier in order to be able to play the waste utilization. Get rid of eviction order. There's nothing else that's worse than just the unplayable status cards. Get rid of this one as well. And just pass the turn, retain my entire hand right now. And next turn we'll ideally set up to finish her off on the turn of the spell card. Shoot the moon here. It's going to give us 2 rays, so if we get rid of the masks, this is going to give us most of our block. Since I have potions and stuff, I'm pretty sure I kind of want astrology here. Maybe find something good, and I think the cucumber missile qualifies. Since it lets me hit here, and now the shoot the moon is going to finish this off, guaranteed. And Red Giant Impact is going to finish this off. I am going to spend most of my charge, but it lets me go ahead and do Milky Way plus Ageless Dream. So that she's vulnerable next turn, guaranteed. And I can full block this turn. Actually, do I even need to Milky Way? Like, if I want to finish this next turn, maybe I just keep my mana. I mean, just sacrifice my barrier and use my mana on something else. Like, maybe I can just H's Dream into Red Star here. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Or maybe Stargazing? Because that lets me, like, look for the potions, set up the next turn quite a bit harder. Yeah, let's go ahead and Stargazing, in fact. Oh, wait, if I'm gonna Stargazing, I'm gonna do Ageless Dream first. That way, worst case, if I get the potions immediately and I use them on her, I know they're going to deal the extra damage. So gonna leave. Yeah, I'm gonna just draw Devil's Codex right now. Or actually, let's just draw the Starry Sky. That way I can draw the Codex next turn, which will be card draw. I have 3 charge. I'm gonna have 2 after this, because I'm gonna Red Giant Impact on the Mandrake. So this would be 3, 4, plus 3, 7. Rather unfortunate, it seems like it's not gonna be enough to go into Burst. Do we have anything else here that could help? We just draw a normal attack. Seems rather unlikely though. Yeah, it's rather unlikely that I'll be able to go into Burst, sadly. Maybe one way, actually. If I just pick up the laser now, I'm not gonna have to spend my charge to deal with this. So I'm gonna have 4, and Asteroid Belt just puts me into Burst immediately. So yeah, draw the Starry Sky now. Sorry, draw the Flammable Laser now. Oh, but I don't have the double red. Never mind. Yeah, let's just leave it like this. Hopefully it's good enough for next turn. Worst case, I do still have Milky Way here. She's not even hitting that hard thanks to the weak. However, I do have the Bad Incarnation, which tempts me into trying to finish this off. And I think I can. So, Flammable Laser is a lot of damage. Ah, damn it. Asteroid Belt would have been like 50 something, and Stardust Reverie would have been very close to finishing it off. Except I don't have enough red for all of that. So this is 23 plus 9, 32. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and defeat this mask with the Asteroid Belt. Being a lot of charge, be 1 away and just Milky Way now. And next turn, she'll still have the Vulnerable. And I'm likely to be able to finish the fight. I got the potions too. Ooh. Yeah, the Rebellion is not gonna give me the Scry for obvious reasons. But well, I kinda need block anyway, so might as well try. Let's see what I draw off of it. I drew the laser, and this should be good enough to finish the fight with Burst. I spend red mana on attack, so this puts me into Burst, and Stardust Reverie deals 120 with the Burst on the Vulnerable. And that's an easy fight. Yeah, I think I didn't take any damage, not 100% sure. Because the navigation start is actually decent enough. I mean, I only have 2. Actually, no, I only have 1. Never mind. I only have the Orthodox Rebellion right now. It is a 0 mana attack, but I have less. I don't know why I thought I had that much scrying. Oh, I have Stargazing. Yeah, I have to. So it wouldn't be bad. Not super interested on it. The other cards are definitely not what I'm looking for. How important are my upgrades? I kinda like Milky Way, kinda like Improvisation. Really, yeah, I mentioned Crimson Energy Release, which I think has to be the next one. So yeah, I have quite a few upgrades. Otherwise, I might just pick up the Speed Duel and upgrade it here. But I have other more important upgrades right now. And Navigation Star, it's kinda interesting, but it's absolutely awful against Tenshi. So I'm gonna think a bit short term, because I'm getting kinda screwed in the short term. And just skip card here. And yeah, go to the gap, upgrade the energy release. Keep moving on. And yeah, the plan here is to play super defensively. scale up the Stardust Reverie, and eventually just, if not one shot, like maybe 2-turn Tenshi. Yeah, this is Nisi Doubles Codex on the Eviction Order. And the thing here is, I kind of want to Ageless Dream just for the weaken rather than the vulnerable. But because the vulnerable is going to run out before I go for the insta-kill turn, most likely. But the weaken helps quite a lot with blocking. However, since I haven't spent any... I haven't used any defense cards so far, even though this is going to give her some energy for her spell cards, I think I'd like to spend my concentration and shoot the moon, and just get the 2 grays here, just to take no damage now, and to use the vulnerable. So let's go ahead with that. She does get some energy, but not a lot. And now I'm going to focus on playing mostly defensively. I'm gonna go ahead and waste utilization. I don't have any other curses or anything, so we're gonna go ahead and do this on the basic shoot, basic boundary. She's doing 24 here. What do I have here to help me? Crimson Energy, Danmaku Notes, Milky Way, so I do have some cards. Odd Incarnation would be the best one among those. So, again, I don't really like giving her power, but this is, if I don't do this, I'm missing 1 card, so I'm gonna go ahead and go for it. Red Star I'm not gonna use. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do Orthodox Rebellion. Hopefully find... Is Crimson Energy enough? No. Yeah, hopefully find Bad Incarnation, I think, just so... Danmaku Notes could also be fine. Because the Danmaku Notes, it does spend charge, but it costs less mana, so I can do Starry Sky to recover way more than what I spent. I really want to be retaining this, but seeing that Danmaku Notes is here and that's exactly what I wanted, gives me exact full block. I'm gonna go ahead and just draw it, right Starry Sky, into Danmaku Notes. And I'm even going to have 5 luck from the Ice Cube. Keep retaining the Stardust Reverie. Okay, so she is going into Freedom from Worldly Thoughts, so she's going to do one of her spell cards. This is going to give her Flawless. So next turn, she's not going to take more than 1 damage from anything. And remember, since she heals by 5 every time she takes damage, if you attack her when she's Flawless, you're actually going to be healing her. So you really don't want to do that if you can help it. Let's go ahead and just set up some barrier. So energy release for 6 barrier. Since she doesn't have that much energy, I don't think she's going to use her other spell card right after. So I'm probably going to be able to use the 2 grays that are going to remain from this. So I'm going to gain 3 and 1 is going to decay at the end of turn. So I think this is actually good enough to use. And I'm not going to use the Stargazing. Actually I am, just to trigger the Oil and the Ice Cube. But yeah, normally I wouldn't use them because if I draw something I might want to use later, I'm not going to be able to use it now. But I do want to get those up. The Orthodox Rebellion is a shame to lose, but it's not enough of a shame that I'll occult to use it just for the astrology. Would be exchanging an occult for an astrology. And since I have retain cards, I think the energy is generally more important than the card draw. Not that I'm gonna be using this next turn, I guess. But, that's unfortunate. But yeah, as I mentioned, she didn't have that much power, so she's going to go ahead and just do normal attacks. So the Grace is going to block most of it. What was the last card I played was Stargazing, right? Yeah, so I'm not getting charge off of the Asteroid Belt. So what I'm gonna do here is prepare for next turn. This is gonna heal her almost to full, but it's gonna give her vulnerable and give me a ton of charge. So I'm gonna go ahead and laser for vulnerability. Red impact for the energy. Yeah, I was gonna asteroid vault, like that was the plan until I realized, wait, if I do that, I'm going to burst now rather than next turn. So yeah, just get the energy here. And start the defense. Just for the full block. Keep as much of my barrier as I can. And in the end I didn't even heal her that much because I didn't end up using the belt. I do draw Starry Sky now, and I have Shoot the Moon to gain Grace. So I think I can just go ahead and burst her kinda hard. Yeah, maybe not in one turn, but 2 turns. Look this one, the next. Just deal a lot of damage now and finish her off next turn. Cucumber Missile, damage and draw. The potion helps. I'm gonna do Stardust Reverie first before the Shoot the Moon, so I can get the charge to the overdrive. Because I do want the Grace to not take damage from her attacks. And since I have mana left over, this is technically gonna cost me the Dream Diary mana, because I'm gonna use the defense, but this accumulates more barrier, and I have like a ton of energy anyway from the Flame and the Occult. I could have closed the fight with Master Spark there. I think I'm like in such a good position that I really just don't need to be doing any of that. Go ahead, Devil's Codex for card draw, get rid of the Stardust defense, and I get Flammable Laser, which is good enough here to finish the fight with the Stardust Reverie. Thanks to the vulnerable. And that is Damageless Tenshi, which is really nice. Yeah, through the power of Stardusting. This card alone dealt like 150 damage or something? Yeah. So, Bottle Soul adds black to the mana base. Defeated enemies no longer drop power, instead they drop money. This means that we could probably just go to 3 shops on the last act and the shop on the act 4, between this and the oil. Plus, we're going to get some more money from the boss after we pick up the reward here. Then we have old style Miko costume. This gets us block for each upgraded card on our hands, and gives us white mana. The white mana also means that you can get double white cards because of the Philosopher's mana, I'm pretty sure. That's just how I explained earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have 7 upgraded cards though, being a 26 card deck, so that's not like super helpful. Then we have the Miracle Mallet here, which is good for basic cards. We've removed most of our basic attacks, so it will only be good for our defense and not interested in powerless mana. So I think it's the Bottle Soul. We did conserve our Master Spark here, so 2 uses for Act 3 and Act 4 seems like kind of enough if we get a big benefit like this out of it. And the white mana is nice because again I do like having the off-color cards, but we don't really get that much benefit off of the block because we don't have that many upgraded cards. I guess the Caracasa means we have 1 more ring away. And we kinda remove cards that aren't upgraded off of these, but like just like I removed 2 cards that probably won't be upgraded, I'm also exiling the one that is upgraded, so it doesn't change that much. It's either the Bottle Soul or the old style Miko costume. Since I'm kinda split, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and pick the costume. just because I think it will be good for the Seiya. The block will help us get some play some cards without getting destroyed by her scissors. And also, like, it adds one color, which gives us more powerful options. Again, generally, like, if you get exhibits of your colors, like the ones that you already have, it's because you have very high demands for that color of mana, and your deck is already like good, in my opinion, because the off-color cards for the characters tend to just be better than most on-color cards. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions, but on average, I think the off-color cards are stronger than the on-color cards. So since I'm not really sure about either of these, and this one is purely advantages, well, this is advantage and disadvantage, because we're no longer going to be gaining power. I'm gonna go ahead and just pick the one that just straight up makes me stronger, rather than take any risks. Okay, so immediately we get two very good white cards, but we also get like my favorite burst card from Marisa, which is All Out. So Apotheosis is absolutely amazing. You just play it, you upgrade all your cards until end of combat. Just helps massively. When you upgrade this, it only costs you 2, so it's a very small investment for a massive amount of quality. Plus, it works well with our Miko style costume. Just gain a ton of block every turn. And we did mention that we had a lot of important upgrades, so I think it has to be Apotheosis. But it's really a shame because we're going to be leaving behind All Out. While in Burst, Marisa's attacks deal triple damage instead of double, so that is even more burst. And it does cost you like 5 mana, but if you enter Burst, you're going to recover 3 of them immediately. And you gain 4 charge. If you upgrade it, you just enter Burst immediately. I think this is an amazing card. It's extremely good. Sadly, I think Apotheosis in this case is just slightly better. It's really a massive shame that we have to like choose between these two. And then we have Marisa's unique extra turn card. Gain 16 block. You don't lose block at the start of Marisa's next turn. You end your turn and take an extra turn. So yeah, this is basically an extra turn where you don't, where you keep your block. So on the extra turn you can just go all out with offense. It's nice, but it's just a good card. Doesn't compare to how good the other two are, in my opinion. But yeah, sadly we have to leave All Out behind, and it hurts my soul because it's my favorite Marisa card. But I think Apotheosis here is just way too good, so I'm going to be picking it up. So having taken Apotheosis, I do kinda want to upgrade it. So I want to go to either the shop or the gap. We have 180 money with the oil and the couple of combats here. I think we should be able to reach this place with enough money for it to be worth it, despite having to spend 50 on an upgrade, which we are definitely going to do. I think that's a lot more important. Like, upgrading Apotheosis is huge. Probably a lot bigger than just removing one of these 5. So yeah, I could also like go to the gap, but since I have decent money, I have oil, and this is 3 combats, which could be kind of rough. I'm gonna go ahead and prioritize the bottom path. We do get full heal this time, because we had a lot of HP at the end of last combat. And we're fighting the Lovesick Girl, which is a bit rough, because we're gonna have to spend a lot of mana on the love letters before we're actually able to burst her. And our defense isn't like amazing, so we might be taking a bit of damage from her. But as usual, we get to just Hand Warmer on the Long Night, forget this exists. We do get Bad Incarnation here, which lets us fully block, but that means we're not gonna play any love letters. And we can actually just full block off of something like the Stardust defense. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Sadly, we don't have the energy for Apotheosis. This is another reason why I really want to upgrade it. It's not gonna cost double white like it does right now. Because the double white right now comes from the which I guess confirms what I mentioned earlier. Having white on the philosophers means we can get the double white cards. So yeah. But in this case, Stardust defense, 22 block to block the 22 damage incoming. Play one of the love letters. Start reducing her debuff, which she starts taking 100% less damage for each love letter you use. That is reduced by 20%. So I have concentration, so this could just get me the grace I need. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my best play here. Just get grace from this. Go ahead and asteroid belt for more charge. And I'm gonna be ready to enter burst. I'm gonna use the stars defense, like just to activate the relics. Or do I prioritize or do Dream Diary? Actually, since I kinda want to find the love letters and spend my mana, I'm gonna go ahead and not spend this on the defense, so I can keep some of the mana with the Dream Diary to spend on the love letters. And yeah, this way, like as soon as we get rid of a decent chunk of her Lingering Regret, we just get to finish her off ASAP. Go ahead and stargazing here, just find the love letters. Get rid of everything except the love letters. Gonna keep the Devil's Codex, because again, it's card draw and mana at once for some reason. Some cards are just better than others, I guess. And this is gonna let us exile one of our basic cards, draw the love letter, get an occult to pay for the love letter. And now with the other occult and this here, I think we can just go ahead and play it. Spend some mana on improvisation. Love letter. And Ageless Dream to reduce the damage we're going to be taking. We do take like some damage, but I think it was worth it because I kind of want to finish this fight as soon as possible. I did play a bit too fast. Maybe I could have just gone ahead and play the Orthodox Rebellion, taking no damage, and have one less love letter played, but still, this is gonna be like 11. Yeah, and we're not like in as bad a situation as we used to be, so in this case I'm not as worried. I'll go ahead and Apotheosis here. Can I try improvisation first, or no? I kind of want to save energy so I can play the last love letters. So I want to play the Red Giant Impact and just full block of the Danmaku notes. We have 2 turns left before she uses her spell card. Her spell card just ends the combat, but it puts Misfortune into our deck. That's the reason why you want to like kill her like really as soon as possible. Just losing a combat by basically making your deck worse like permanently because of the Misfortune is really rough. So something we want to avoid if we can, for sure. We can go ahead and do the waste utilization. Get rid of the eviction order. And like, what is the worst card in here? Probably like the Boundary. So let's get rid of Boundary Plus. I already have full block here, so well, even if I have full block, this is actually like part of my highest damage I can do this turn. So Blood Incarnation, Mastery Belt. Does let me keep the barrier around at the very least. I have 6 charge, so pretty sure the next time I play one of the love letters, yeah, I have 2 love letters here. I can just finish this, I'm pretty sure. 2 love letters, Starry Sky for charge, Interburst, do the missile, and just shoot the moon, getting a ton of grace, deal a lot of damage, and next turn we should be able to finish her off. But just so I have done the most possible damage this turn, when I'm still in burst, I'm gonna go ahead and spend this rainbow to do the Stardust Robbery. And we only need 27 damage next turn, which should be relatively simple. We are gonna have to do Stargazing here. Because worst case, we have the EMP device, so I'm gonna go ahead and Flammable Laser. Now I know that if I need to, the EMP device is here, so I'm gonna go ahead and try and get some more card draw in order to find something else to finish the fight. We find the Unstable Position, that's good enough. Because ideally I want to keep the EMP device if I can. So yeah. So, Patchouli, Elemental Alchemist, Rocket Room, and Omonoimy's Banquet. Yeah, Omonoimy's Banquet. With a lot of card draw, this is absolutely great. All cards in hand temporarily cost 1 if they cost more than 1. When upgraded, it costs only 2 mana. So if you have a lot of card draw or retain cards, this reduces your mana costs a lot. Really huge. However, I don't even have like that many big costs. I have some cards that cost 3, but I don't think I have enough card draw for this to like be that important or that beneficial. Rocket Room, I've mentioned my issues with it, but we do have Apotheosis, so this would eventually like get the upgrade in combat. So that is a lot more, like a lot bigger now. However, we do get Patchouli Elemental Alchemist here, who I really like a lot. Not only does she give us, like, she's a teammate that gives us scaling, with her -4 giving us firepower and spirit and some extra power. She can give us energy and damage in a pinch with the Unstable Position to hand. And every turn she converts 3 random mana into Philosopher's Mana, which helps a lot with our Oil Ice Cube. So yeah, that just helps us trigger these with the Rainbow Mana and the Mini Hacker as well. So yeah, I like Patchouli a lot. I think she's a very good card. I'm going to go ahead and play her. And yeah, just so worst case, like just having scaling from Firepower and Spirit is like really helpful in my opinion. And she just has very good actives, none of which like are ultimates, so you're never going to lose her permanently unless you're using her for like her full unity. So yeah, so she comes pre-upgrade, so we don't have to worry about playing Apotheosis before her. But generally, teammate cards are the ones that least need the upgrades if you have things in the deck that upgrade them later. Because we could just use this at when we find her, and eventually the Apotheosis would just upgrade her in our hand. So, thankfully we get 14 block from the Miko costume and the Carcassa here, because Crow Tengu has Apex Pister. First time we play card each turn, she's going to deal 10 damage to us, and that means if we didn't have any block, playing the Handwarmer here to exile the Long Knight would actually like take 10 HP. But we do have block from our Carcassa and the Miko costume, so I get to just start the fight same way as always. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, I kinda wanna H-less Dream on the Crow Tengu since she's the most dangerous opponent here, but those are not like really that relevant. And just so I can full block now, I would have liked to play Bright Starry Skies for the 5 charge, but I am getting hit for 14, so I'm gonna go ahead and start as defense. And just spend my mana, and just well, one attack is like for the charge and the grace, but spending my mana for the Oil and Ice Cube really on the last one. So yeah, every turn, ideally, we want to start with block card, or just have the Miko custom save our asses. That is also pretty nice. Gonna go ahead here and do Patchouli, because her Firepower and Spirit are gonna give us like double scaling on the Crimson Energy release. And this way I can just go double defense card very easily. I don't really want to exile any of these cards, so I'm gonna not play the Devil's Codex in this case. Might be a mistake, I think it's fine. We get to full block here. We spent the concentration for on the barrier, so we're gonna just only lose 2 barrier. Stardust Reverie keeps scaling. And yeah, we're mostly fine here. We finally get to our Apotheosis, which we can use just fine. Again, we have block for the Apex Speedster, and from now on, the Miko is going to give us a ton of block every single turn. I'm gonna go ahead and just Bad Incarnation, I think, here for the Grace. Since it's 5 Grace, we're still gonna have 2 left over for next turn. We get to just retain our Milky Way, which I would have normally used to block. So yeah, that seems like a very good play for me. And now I can finally start Stardust Reverie kills a crow. Just do this on the crow, get rid of the other one probably with Asteroid Belt. Since this is accurate, I'm gonna start with this on the crow that actually has Grace. Once both crows are gone, the Tengu is much easier, as usual with multi-enemy fights. And missile. One thing that might have been able to be better is like one thing I might have been able to do better. Sorry, is to play the Waste Utilization first, just so I wouldn't draw any of these. In fact, since I have like 3 newspapers here already, and this improves my next turn quite a bit, I'm gonna go ahead and just exile 2 of these. They are with Red Giant Impact and Orthodox Rebellion. So yeah, it's these ones that are in my dropout. So get rid of 2 of those. My draws next turn should be a lot better. And we'll just play the Stardust defense here to keep as much barrier as possible. Gonna retain Stargazing Milky Way. Considering how many retain cards I have, like maybe a Master of Collection would be pretty good at this point. So if I find that, that would be very nice. For now, however, I'm just gonna go ahead and she's gonna be gaining Grace. So if I can kill her this turn, I think I'd rather just go for it. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the Stargazing, see what I can find here. Yeah, this should be good enough. I have 1 more card draw off of the Orthodox Rebellion here, so I have no issues with drawing the Asteroid Belt and then just getting burst into potion and other attacks, which means I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the things that aren't attacks. So yeah, do Rebellion. Sadly, I kinda need to do Red Giant first, just so I have a red card played before the Asteroid Belt. So I'm not gonna have a ton of energy once I'm in burst, but the Rainbow helps and the Improvisation is gonna give back 1 of the energy. I actually have plenty of energy, now that I think of it. So I go to 5. This is gonna give me back 1 of that energy, and I'm gonna draw a potion. And yeah, now I just shoot the moon, and that's enough damage. So Magic Converter, we have a decent chunk of energy, but I don't think we have enough that I'm super happy about playing this. Plus, yeah, it does help with things like Crimson Energy release though. But having Patchouli already to scale in Firepower and Spirit, it's like a lot less and kind of slower. But she also doesn't have the drawback of giving me mana freeze. You can also like pick this up if you have amulet cards or amulet exhibits, since the mana freeze I'm pretty sure is a status. So as long as you get rid of the status afterwards, you just get 4 firepower and spirit, which is pretty huge. But in my case, tranquility is nice. Not like I already have. I'm finally happy with the amount of block cards I have, I think. And Ready for Burst here is a pretty solid card. It's some extra block if I need it, but mostly it's like very cheap way of gaining charge. Plus goes to generic mana once it's upgraded with the Apotheosis. So I'm really happy about picking up Ready for Burst here. Go to the event. Okay, so yeah, this event is like only good when you have like a lot of colorless mana. If you don't have, we don't have any colorless mana. I'm just not gonna bother with any of these. Not even like I've explained the event on some of the other videos, but just know for now that if you don't have colorless mana, you can just completely ignore her. If you do, like maybe consider it. The remove impurities can be good if you have colorless mana and powerful like heavy colored cards. But in our case, no colorless. We just ignore her. And we get to the shop. So first things first, I am going to go ahead and upgrade the Apotheosis. This is something I want to do no matter what. Which is a shame because we don't get to buy the Nimble Fabric because of it. Which is a pretty good exhibit in my opinion, but that's fine. So, Bamboo, whenever Marisa increases an attack, gain green energy. We don't have green cards, we have quite a bit of grazing. Could be like energy gain, generic energy gain if we wanted it. Peony, whenever we spend 5 white energy, we gain 3 life. It's actually pretty nice, like it offers sustain only 2 times each combat, so we gain 6 life per combat at most. But like we've already been doing a lot of that with our rainbow energy and the rainbow energy generators, so that's kind of nice as well. It's definitely like it could be an option. Not unhappy if I end up taking it. Then we have so first off, the basic cards here. Come to Danmaku, already explained why I wanted. This is kind of decent early game, but you're not super interested in getting it later. Like for reference, this is better than Entrenched Body, which is the white equivalent, because this gives barrier and reflection rather than block and reflection. But still not super interested. Stone Stacking, kinda late. Like Stone Stacking is a card that is like generally very good, even if late. Like it already starts at like 12 block for 2 mana. This gets better and better afterwards. But it wouldn't be bad, but it's not good enough to spend money on, in my opinion. And then Fluorescent Forest, just absolutely no synergy with our deck. Our deck is also like a bit bigger than we'd like, which means we're gonna take a long time to find the potions. We don't really need more improvisations, I think. We've been doing fine in card draw with Codex and the improvisation, thanks to all the card removal we have on the scries and stuff. So not like super interested. Wouldn't be against it, like maybe if we have money left over when we're happy with what we've bought, I'll go for it. And then Remote Support, choose 1 of 3 random non-Marisa cards, add to the hand. Temporarily cost 0, has Exile and Ethereal. With the upgrade, I think Remote Support is actually like pretty good. You generally are always getting like a benefit off of it. Like it's very rare that you see 5 completely random cards that aren't Marisas, and you don't find something that costs more than 2 or something that benefits you. And it doesn't clog our deck because those cards have Exile and Ethereal. So, and with the Apotheosis, this is gonna be upgraded most of the time, so I'm kind of happy to take this, honestly. And then there's Glorious Treasure Spear, absolutely way too late. This is like a snowballing card, like for the long game, not snowballing in combat, but rather snowballing in the run. deals some damage, and if you kill an enemy that's not like a summon, you gain money off of it. So this just lets you go to more shops, get stronger. It's generally only good early on. And then we have Devilry Light Ray and Last Stand formation. The Light Ray as like cost 0, gains your energy, it's Ignite. I think this is a very good card for us, because first off, since we already have the upgrade Apotheosis, our upgrades are like a lot freer. We can just upgrade at our pace. We don't have any urgent ones anymore. So like if we ever go to a Gap or another shop, we could just upgrade this and have it like always starting our hand with 2 free energy, costing 0. And on top of that, since we spent 2 energy on the Hand Warmer to get rid of the Long Night, I feel like that's pretty good synergy. So Hand Warmer costs energy, gets rid of the Long Night, process 2 cards, and since we're drawing more cards, the fact that we start with this in our hand is a smaller disadvantage, because this is a good attack, but it does like mean you won't have like any like, this occupies the spot that maybe a defensive card would have taken, maybe one of our abilities, whatever. So like if you have a lot of these, your starting hand, even if like you gain a lot of energy and deal damage, it's not gonna be like that amazing. So yeah, but since we have the Hand Warmer, we can upgrade it at our leisure, all that stuff. I think Devilry Light Ray is very good here. I'm gonna go ahead and pick it. Same opinion with the remote support, honestly. I'm just gonna go ahead and take it now. And finally, we have Last Stand formation here. Gains 3 firepower. We get 2 random attacks from the draw pile into the hand. They temporarily cost 0. And at the start of our turn, we lose 3 life. If we upgrade it, we put 3 random attacks rather than 2. And this is basically a similar card to like. The card has the same idea as our Entering Burst. Like it's just it's kind of similar to the black card that makes you enter Burst and next turn you die, but in a smaller scale. We have quite a few attacks. The firepower is like not massive, but definitely benefits us. And the cost, like losing 3 life, isn't huge. So the only place where this card would be truly bad, I think, would be Seija, because the 3 life might actually cost us a lot. And even then, like the 3 firepower probably means that generally we're going to be killing her rather than we're going to be dying ourselves. And so I think this is actually going to be a good card in our deck. Like just playing that, drawing a couple of our upgraded attacks, hitting very hard, just finishing the fight immediately. Like lets us do combinations with Asteroid Belt and stuff like that. I think I'm happy with putting this in my deck, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. But I wouldn't have taken it if I didn't have the money left over after I already like had everything else I wanted. The tools weren't like really all that interesting. Flashlight is like kind of irrelevant when we already have our Ageless Dream, and the Disposable Amulet could be nice, but maybe I should have checked the boss. It's Junko. I don't think it's like that relevant. She doesn't debuff us as much. She just has the Purify passively. So yeah, not really that interested in tools. So I think this is fine. I'm gonna go ahead and continue. Run is almost 4 hours already. So again, my plan to have a short run fails once more. But I am enjoying it, so I think that's fine. So she wants to trade our Apotheosis, so I can already just seeing this, I could already tell I wasn't gonna do it. But yeah, even the cards she's offering us are like not really that great, so we're gonna ignore this. Exchange the game console for the eye cream. This is actually kind of nice. At the end of each combat, we're gonna be gaining 2 life, so that's a bit of healing. And I'm gonna go ahead and just we can deal with the elites. I'm pretty sure you have enough damage that none of them should be a problem. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just go to an elite buff here. Gonna again start on the top one rather than the second one because I'd rather have the event before the enemy, and instead of the third one because I'd rather have the gap than the shop right now. Okay, this is actually kind of nice. So we're gonna have a combat here. We're going to gain like some HP from the eye cream, and as I mentioned, we don't really have a massive urgency to upgrade cards on the gap. Even if we do want to upgrade the light ray, like we can just do it around here. Fight one elite without the upgrade on it. That means I have quite a bit of disposable HP because I can heal at the gap. So I'm going to go ahead and just, at the very least, I'm gonna get a random exhibit from this. The exhibit is generally one of the best options. It does cost twice as much as the others, but I think it's generally very much worth it. 12 HP for a random exhibit is generally good. Number of choices on card rewards is increased by 1. Not a lot of card rewards left, but might be eventually helpful. So we barely have any abilities. We have like Last Dance for formation, and that's about it. And abilities generally, like most of the time, give you scaling, and scaling could help us finish off the Seiya fight because we have decent burst, decent block, but not like any real scaling outside of just exiling our bad cards and eventually having a very lean, powerful deck. And well, patchoulis. But I think one random ability card would not be the worst if the ability is bad, and would be very good if the ability is good. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Parafen is kinda pretty mediocre. Maybe even bad, but at least it's AoE that works with all our rainbow mana. So not the worst, but I think this is way too overcosted for the effect it has. But hey, maybe this is the chance for it to prove me wrong. And since the heal on the gap is based on our, like it's a percentage heal, I think just losing 6 life to gain 4 max life here. We're only going to actually lose 2 life, I'm pretty sure, because when you gain max life, you do heal for as much life as you gain. And we're gonna heal like 1 more of the gap drinking tea. So I'm pretty sure this is free. Yeah, we only lost 2 HP. And okay, this starts getting quite a bit more risky. So if I do both of these, I'm gonna have 16 HP left. And leaving is like mandatory. Is the random exhibit worth it? It's a single combat and then we can heal. I think it's very unlikely that even with just 16 HP, this combat kills us. We have like spell card. I'm willing to just spend both spell cards to survive from the next combat, if that's what it takes, because I think getting the random exhibit option again is way too good not to take. I'm gonna go ahead and do this, and now 100% we're just getting out of here, otherwise we're just gonna be dying. The Keystone is the exhibit we got, which isn't amazing, but it's nice. Marisa takes damage for the first time each combat, add 2 white to your mana. Not bad, not amazing, but against Seiya, that's basically gonna be probably like 2 mana on our first turn, so that is going to be nice. Okay, so the drones are kinda hard-ish combat, but thankfully we do have our EMP in here. Hopefully we'll be able to draw it early and use it against them. Other than that, we start as, like I mentioned, Handwarmer on the Long Night. We draw more cards, and we get to double Relight Ray. This was actually our upgrade off of the Caracasa, which is pretty nice. And yeah, this generates rainbow energy for us. And we get to just hit on... I think I might want to go ahead and kill the Scouter just so they don't start locking on us. Yeah, let's go on ahead and try and kill the Scouter early. So, I do want to Fire Fena here, because that would be a lot of damage off of these. That means I'm playing Milky Way for block. I would be taking 1 damage. And I think I can finish this fight without taking damage. Actually, I do this into Stardust and Ready for Burst. That is 16 block, and I don't have to take any damage. So okay, I'm gonna give Fire Fen a chance. Do this. Stardust into Ready. Just with how slow the animation is, I think I already dislike the card. And this turn, we are getting hit for 60, so we do have to finish this fight if we can. So I think Last Stand and Bad Incarnation here is going to be huge. Hopefully it will let us kill at least one of the drones, and then the 3 grays from the Bad Incarnation will mean the other one doesn't get to hurt us. I'm gonna start off with the Last Stand just to see what we draw. Get 3 firepower, 2 free attacks. Okay, so yeah, get the Bad Incarnation out for the temporary firepower, and that is going to be a truckload of damage, since this is going to be 5 hits, and we just got a bunch of firepower, which is good enough to kill the Terminator here. And the 3 grays means that this one's not going to touch us. I'm just gonna go ahead and remember the Ageless Dream doesn't actually help, because these are household appliances that are immune to weak and vulnerable. Yeah, spending the energy here on shoot gives us 1 charge from the Hakuro, and is going to actually finish off the Scouter thanks to the Fire Fena. So we do lose 3 HP in this combat, but we got to keep our spell card, and we didn't really take all that much damage. Oh, and the HP loss here triggers the Keystone, so we have even more mana this turn. So yeah, kinda rough that we don't have. I think we don't have enough damage to kill it. Still, I'm gonna go ahead and EMP the bias. Don't have to worry about it. And just go ahead and drop all the damage. Okay, one way we might actually be able to kill it is if I do this now, hopefully the mini hacker will give me the charge and enter burst before the overdraft applies. I don't think it will, but I'm hoping. It did! Nice. And it gave me the flame anyway. Did not realize that was how it was gonna work. But that means we have like a lot of rainbow mana here. And this is 4 mana times 6. We do deal enough damage to this to just finish the combat with Fire Savannah. So, okay, although I don't like how slow the animation is, but the card wasn't bad, I guess. It's nice AoE. So, the Banquet, we've seen this before. Stargazing comes pre-upgraded. Dark Satellite, a nice block and some draw. With the upgrade, it's actually pretty good too, like 20 and draws 3, and we have like more varied colors and the Philosopher's Mana now, so maybe it's more interesting. Frozen Laser here is an AoE card, a blue Marisa card, her only cold card I believe. This is mostly a Cherno mechanic. Yeah, for 2 mana we'd be dealing 16 damage to every enemy, and applying cold, which would be 9 more damage on top. Unless we get more cold cards, it would just be like 2 mana for 25 AoE damage. It's not bad, but we don't really want to add it to our deck. We already have better things to do with it, with our mana. With the Banquet coming pre-upgraded, we did get some extra card draw here. Card generation as well. Maybe now it's worth using, not really sure. Dark Satellite isn't bad either. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give the Banquet a chance. Plus, this one also helps us playing with our more expensive powers now. And and might help on turn 1 if we draw it off of the hand warmer. Yeah, so let's give the Banquet a chance. We get here, we heal up, 21 HP, very nice. We're above half HP now. We get the border sensor. I really wish I knew if I'm gonna have to try sometime because I haven't tried yet. I wish I knew if I say no right now, like can I still exchange it on the gap before the boss? Because that would be the ideal moment to do it every time. That way I get to keep the eye cream for the 2 HP every combat. Regardless though, we're going to a lead now on this Doremi. So you really, really don't want to let her wake up naturally. You want to wake her up yourself. Because if you wait for 3 turns, she's going to get insanely strong. Only way I would ever allow her that is like if I were setting up an infinite and I could kill her with the infinite as soon as she woke up. But generally you want to wake her up on turn either 1 or 2. 3 is a lot harder because she gains 50 barrier, like 100 barrier rather than just 50. I think we generally prefer to do it as soon as possible if we can. But we're gonna start the usual way. Have a very light gray here. Okay, so I have card drawing hand that only costs me 1, so I want to do this before I do the Banquet. I'm gonna start with the waste utilization though, just to make sure I don't draw the eviction order. And hopefully, like, what else can I get rid of? Maybe just normal shit. Oh, it's already in my hand. So I guess just start as defense then. Now I exile the normal shoot with my Devil's Codex to draw 2. And now I get to just do the Banquet. Everything in my hand costs 1. I can go ahead and just play all of my cards thanks to the Occult. By the way, since the Banquet says reduce, it says with a total cost greater than 1, so it didn't make my Occult more expensive, because it wasn't greater than 1. Now I get to the Apotheosis, Red Giant to get the Flame of the Concentration. Set up... oh, that was more damage than I thought. I guess I woke her up already. Oh well. But yeah, I'll get Astrology, got a Tongue of Charge, and go to the next one. So do be careful, because when you wake her up, she does hit pretty hard, but you can't really like wait too much, otherwise she's just going to go into her level 3 Dream Layer, and she just is way stronger. She still hits like a track, but she's also like summoning invulnerable copies of certain enemies. Like you can get Remelia, you can get Jomu for lock-on, stuff like that. Remelia, it can end fights like pretty quickly too. It's like you're relying on playing a lot of cards, and suddenly the Doremi just pulls out Remelia with a 5 card limit before she ends your turn. You might just die on the spot there. So yeah, be careful with that. So kinda want... I already have like 2 grays here for like most of the damage. I could just Danmaku block for the rest of it, but ideally I'd prefer to find something else. So I'm gonna go ahead and Astrology. Issue's Dream is kinda nice. And maybe next turn we can go ahead and do Last Transformation into like going Burst and just finish off the fight. And not interested in the Crimson release if that's the plan. Yeah, draw this. Give her Weaken. And yeah, we can just shoot the moon for 2 of the grays. I'm gonna go ahead and Danmaku notes. Shame that we lose. Since I want to conserve the charge to go into burst, so I'm gonna go ahead and Milky Way instead. I'm not gonna retain it because I'm playing it, but if I want to finish the fight next turn, I think this is completely fine. And I'm gonna go ahead and play the Rainbow just so I can have Patchouli active for next turn. Ideally, she just gives me the mana I need to finish the combat. Otherwise, worst case, like I can always use her scaling or her potions. Because even just the potions are gonna be like 44 total damage, 2 potions against vulnerable, and a bunch of mana, so that is very helpful. So yeah, gonna start with Last Stand. We get 3 very good attacks for this, so I can go ahead and just play remote support here, see what we can get off of this. A moving library is going to give us quite a bit of mana and just basically be a redraw in a way. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this up. Open Universe could be interesting, but we don't really have anything that we can do off of it. I guess we can Open Universe on the Ready for Burst and just enter burst this turn finally. And since these cost 0, we would enter burst and be able to just... Oh, we don't need to though, because Asteroid Belt's gonna give us the burst pretty much almost on its own. Yeah, I just need 1 more burst, really. The biggest issue with Open Universe now is that it's not upgraded, so whatever I get would cost 1 rather than 0. So I'm gonna go ahead and just Red Giant, I think, just so I can have 1 more attack here. And in fact, Flammable Laser, so I have... actually, what I just played is the Great Library, which is red, so that counts for the Asteroid Belt. Yeah, Asteroid Belt, go to 7 charge, do Red Giant Impact. It's going to give me the flaying and put me in burst, from what I learned last combat. I must have had concentration last combat. Yeah, that would make sense actually. If I had concentration, that makes complete sense, so I guess that was a mistake. Because what I'm gonna go ahead and do now is just improvisation, so I can draw the Ready for Burst and actually get the last 3 mana I needed for charge. Should have maybe just done this from the start. What's done is done. I already have enough block to full block, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play all of my attacks. Flammable Laser, Red Star, Reverie, and gonna keep Patchouli for now, yeah. Wait, 2 potions? 2 potions might have been like close enough. Maybe I should have tried Stargazing plus potions. But at this point, I'm not taking damage. Next turn, I'm not gonna be in burst, but I am gonna have still like I'm gonna retain energy, Patchouli, and card draw, so I should be able to just find lethal regardless. I'm gonna take 3 damage from the Last Stand, sadly. But, oh well. So yeah, just this just seems good, honestly. Maybe like this, get the potion, get the explosion, just finish the fight. So you lost 3 HP that maybe I didn't need to lose if I was careful with my scrying. Not a big deal, hopefully. Some money, get the tank camera, see our cards. Honestly, another Devil's Codex kinda looks good, because we can upgrade it off of the Apotheosis eventually. We do like card draw a lot now that we have the Banquet, and the Devil's Codex is a very good piece of card draw that also gets rid of our lower power cards. I'm gonna go ahead and pick it up, yeah. Rainbow Star Blast is also not like too bad. Lets us deal huge amounts of damage once we enter burst with our rainbow mana and stuff. But I already have a lot of damage, so I don't think this is what I need here. We get to Raisin, Broken Amulet, or Picked Cup. Broken Amulet could be interesting at the start of the game. giving 1 firepower and 1 spirit for each misfortune card in your library. So right now this is 1 firepower and 1 spirit, because we always have the eviction order. And yeah, since our deck ended up being kind of big, which I didn't want, but ended up happening, the misfortune, we could put misfortunes in our deck without too much of an issue, but I feel like it's kinda late to worry about that. And the alternative is our peaked cap here, which is 1 more card every draw step, which is absolutely huge. Just a lot more card draw now. Yeah, just having 1 more card every turn is very nice. Really happy to be taking this one. And yeah, let's go for, I guess, 1 last elite before Junko. And we really don't need to go to a shop, because we don't have that much money, and even if we get some, we can just go to the Act 4 shop. Not really desperate to go to a shop right now anyway. We get the Bakudanukis that transform into characters. So I'm gonna start off with Handwarmer as usual. The Devilry Light Ray was the upgrade off of the Karakasa, so we can already just play it. I tend to prioritize Morilla by a lot on these fights, since Kanako just generally hits for decent but not like massive amounts of damage and summons enemies, which at this stage of the game is a lot easier to deal with. Meanwhile, I find Suwako very annoying. She basically removes 1 card from our hand every turn by turning it into a frog with the Jinx, and just eventually, like, if she gets good RNG, she might exile most of our attacks and just make the fight very hard to finish. So I'm gonna go ahead and level the Light Ray here. And I'm gonna go ahead and just do the Banquet, reduce every card, and play Fire Fena for 1, it's pretty good. Apotheosis to upgrade everything. Should have played Apotheosis before the Fire actually, because the Fire isn't upgraded. But at this point, kind of tempted to do Last Stand. Because we have very powerful attacks. If we got slightly lucky, I feel like we could just end the fight here. No, it's too risky. I can just full block this turn and not have to worry about it. Milky Way for full block. This Flammable Laser for extra damage on Suwako. And Ageless Dream, I'm gonna do it on Kanako because this turn Suwako's not attacking, and next turn she's still gonna be vulnerable off of the Flammable Laser. Oh yeah, this Laser Suwako. And next turn we're likely to be able to finish the fight. Yeah, I don't think the last stunt would have finished it. Would have been very close though. But not doing it, we get to not lose the 3 HP, because we're unlikely to lose HP this fight, I think. Thundery, oh, this is just the normal defense, so absolutely no problem losing that. Yeah, let's go ahead and double Codex first, since it's generating energy and giving us card draw. Remote support, just to see what we draw. So whatever we pick here is going to cost 0. So with some firepower, and we have charge, we have 1 charge only. So with some firepower, like this seems like just playing it last would be a ton of damage here. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick this. Get firepower off of the Bat Incarnation. Play Asteroid Belt for extra damage. And just Shivering Nightmare now. And I don't really care about exiling these cards, because the fight is going to end before I even shuffle my deck, I'm pretty sure. But doesn't this end the fight actually? Yeah, this ended the fight. Yeah, that is, yeah, we just have a lot of burst right now at this point. Very happy about it. So not super interested in any more like defensive cards. Heart Blossoms is only good in the early game in my opinion. And because it covers like defensive needs and AoE at the same time. And improvisation, do we need more card draw? Wouldn't be bad. You have 2 Devil's Codex and another improvisation. It's not like a massive amount of card draw. I think it's fine to get like 1 more improvisation. But this would be my last card draw card. Really not interested in getting any more of those. For event, we get Kazuzu here. We come to this Sunan, the book rental shop. Absolutely love Kazuzu here. She's the main character in Forbidden Scrollery. If you're interested in Touhou at all, just rather than just deck building games, absolutely recommend reading it. Very good stuff, honestly. Regardless though, let's focus here on what she gets us. Basically, she gives us 3 books as options, and we can either pay her for the books or give her like return in a way, give her a different book. If you look at our exhibits, we have our book here, the Dream Diary. So we don't have that much money, so I'm not sure if we can actually pay her. So I should assume here that if I pick up one of these, it's in exchange for the Dream Diary. So basically think, are they worth the diary? A brief history of time, you can see the draw pile in actual order. This is generally like decent. It is absolutely awful to use though, because you're basically gonna constantly be checking the draw pile. It just makes the runs even slower than they already are. I really don't like using it. It's not bad, but I don't like using it at all. First Aid Manual, Misfortune and Status Cards, lose unplayable and King Exile. I think this is kinda great. Does this work on the Long Night? If it does, this is amazing, I think. Like, we already have something to deal with the Long Night, but... You know, they gain a mana cost based on their rarity, so they probably cost... like, the Long Night probably costs a bit to exile, I guess. Not really sure. But yeah, this is a pretty decent one. Good against opponents that put status in your decks and stuff. Still, our deck's pretty big, and we have a bunch of exile cards, so not really like super interested in it. Finally, Universal Repair Manual. Whenever a tool card is played, you gain mana, and when acquired, you add 1 of 3 tools to the library. Not like super interested either, and we don't have any tools on our deck currently. However, is it better than the Dream Diary? I don't think it is. I don't think any of these are better than the Dream Diary. Well, maybe like First Aid Manual might be, but for most of what this gives us, I already have options anyway. And even if this is better, like, I really don't want to play with it. The run's long enough already. Yeah. So yeah, this can be good. Like letting you know what you're going to draw means that you always know when your card draw is good. You always know when to, like, when you have certain options available, stuff like that. But yeah, it's kind of a drag to play, honestly. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take no books today. Just move on, go to the gap, and then the elite. Gonna upgrade here. Get the... It's one of these two. Gonna go ahead and do Devilry Library. That way we can be sure to... No, gonna go ahead and do the Devil's Codex actually. Because the Devilry Library often gets upgraded by the Caracasa, since we are getting like more upgrades now. And yeah, it's a decent chance to get upgraded by Caracasa. Meanwhile, the Devil's Codex, it's only getting upgraded most likely if we Apotheosis first. And it's one of our ways to get closer to Apotheosis, so it's rather upgraded now. And if we don't have to heal for in this gap, we can upgrade the library here. We get Clown Piece here. We have some AoE options, so the fairies shouldn't be like too awful to fight. Go ahead and Hand Warmer, Devilry Ray. And now I kind of want to do the waste utilization and the improvisation before doing the banquet. That means that whatever we draw is like, yeah, we're not gonna be able to play like a ton of cards regardless because we're only gonna have 2 mana left, but I think it's still worth doing. The waste utilization gets rid of cards we don't want to see. And the improvisation means we're quite likely to, like, I'm mostly doing this because I'm going to go ahead and banquet, and that way I have better choices. Because right now my best choice is already like Bat plus Laser, which I'm gonna be able to play if improvise first. So yeah, I'd rather just do this first. Maybe have more options. And just, yeah, gonna go ahead and do this. Incarnation, Laser, which was what I was going to do regardless, but now I just get to do Missile here for some extra damage next to the vulnerable. And one good thing here, temporarily, means that the cost is reduced until the card leaves my hand. So this is going to cost 1 until I play it regardless, so that's kinda nice. I'm gonna go ahead and Apotheosis here. H2 Stream on Clumpies, since she's dealing like the most damage and also she's my priority target. Let's see what we get of remote support here. Not really interested in the energy cards. The block card would be okay, but not a priority, because I'd really just rather get other stuff if I can help it. Worst case, I can do Patchouli's -4 into Release and Milky Way to, if not fully block, get pretty close. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pick the Unmoving Ray library again. Maybe see if we get better choices. All Out is kinda interesting. Do you have enough mana to play everything? This is 11 mana. This is 5, 6, 7. Everything except one card. I think it's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this. That way, next time we enter Burst, we can probably just end the game on the spot. We also have like 5 rainbow mana, so maybe Fire Fan is good. But it doesn't kill anything right now. And if I pick something that's for the long term, I think I'd rather pick All Out here. So yeah, let's go with All Out. This, virtually. So this is 18, and 14 times 3 is 42. So this is 60 damage. 21, 16, plus 9. The 21 plus 9 is 30. Plus 16, 46. So yeah, I don't have enough to block right now. But if I do, Julie's issue being I'm gonna have to play like one less card, but right, because I need the unstable potions to actually play everything. Oh, I have to Grace. Forgot about this. Yeah, never mind. I'm completely fine. Just Firepower and Spirit, Energy Release, ready for Burst. The 2 Grace is going to prevent 18, and the rest of it is going to be blocked. I completely forgotten about that Grace. Yeah, I'm completely fine. Devil's Codex being really good as usual, gets me to exile the Lunacies rather than pay 2 mana for them. We have attacks left. Yeah, I have 2 attacks left here, so I'm fine with doing the last stand formation already. It's actually one thing that would be better. Yeah, Occult. I'm gonna go ahead and, because I have star attacks here, right? Yeah, I have attacks here with just the unstable potions, normal attack stuff. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is Stargazing, put everything at the, like, discard everything for a card. That means I have more attacks on my draw pile now, so I can do last turn to draw more cards. I have 8 cards. This is -1 plus 3 because I draw 3, but I use this. So yeah, this should draw me 3 attacks. Cost 0 now. Potion did activate on its own. And now I can go ahead and Asteroid Belt. Even if the last card I played wasn't red, just the fact that I'm paying red energy for an attack, this is going to give me 1 charge and activate the burst. And now I'm going to drop everything I have on Plumpies and just assume that this is going to be good enough to finish her off. And if not, I'm gonna find more damage of the astrology. But as you can see, between the all out and all the other stuff, just dealing triple damage, she's vulnerable. Just dealing basically 450% of the damage is absolutely ridiculous. Spider Lily, whenever an enemy is defeated, gain 2 energy. At this point, kinda completely useless, I believe. I don't think Junko summons anything. But if Seiya gets the summoning item, it might be helpful against that. For our last card, another Light Ray, Product of Failure, Improvisation, or Oni Spirit Bomb. I don't think I'm interested in any of these. The Light Ray would be good against Junko because Rainbow Energy can't be purified, but not like super interesting, and it's bad against Seiya because if I just fill my hand with attacks in the turn 1, well, I might actually just die to her attack normally. The only one that tempts me is Improvisation, and I kinda said I wouldn't get another card draw card. I've been having enough energy to play my cards lately, I think. I'm gonna go against what I said. This can't seem pre-upgraded. It's a lot of card draw. I think this is fine. Yeah, gonna go ahead and pick this up. Maybe it's too much card draw. I hope it's not. So I'm at half HP. Junko does hit pretty hard. I don't want to risk it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and drink tea. I think like the upgrades, as I mentioned, with Apotheosis are not like super important. Would be nice to have it on the Light Ray for turn 1, but still not super necessary. My impurity level is going to be absolutely massive though. Yeah, severe, and it's probably gonna go up eventually. Because I am using like 4 different colors and plenty of multicolor cards. It's what they were my best options, I think. So this is what it is. So we open up as usual, hand warmer. I'm not gonna open with the Light Ray because I wanna use my colored mana before I start playing cards that don't need. So yeah, I go and Devil's Codex. Exiling. I don't want all of these actually. Never mind. Just Ageless Dream then. And my last non-rainbow colored mana on Energy Release. Get my rainbow mana. The Banquet is not gonna be useful here, it seems. Maybe if I Devil's Codex into something else, because this is gonna give me the Occult, so I would have like 2 energy. I think I'm gonna get rid of the Bright Starry Sky. Yeah, I think I have to actually do this. Maybe not have to, but I think it's my best play here. 3 of this. Play the Occult. She purifies the energy, but I still get to do the Banquet. And I'm gonna be able to play 2 cards here, so remote support. Integrate Library, it seems. The reason I'm picking this so much is like the worst case in this I just get back 3 rainbow energy, which is fine. And if I get something that I want to use, all the better. Yeah, not really super interested in any of these. And whatever I add to hand is going to exile at the end of the turn. I guess the Descent of the Inklings would be the best one. So it lets me... Oh no, it's only skills. Only skills. It costs 1 less. Overflow is when drawn, not when added to hand. So yeah, I guess doesn't really matter what I do here. Because I'm pretty sure I'm just going to block and use my waste utilization. So yeah, remove the eviction order. Actually, better to remove the pure radiances. Gain some charge, block, and gonna save the stargazing for later. Don't really need it this turn, so this Apotheosis is 100% getting played. How many attacks do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can get full value of the last stand. Question is the extra speed to finish the combat enough to compensate the damage I'm going to take? And I think the answer might be yes, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not taking damage this turn if I just do Shoot the Moon. So I'm not liking a super rush, and I think if I enter Burst at any point, I can close the fight in that turn. I'm gonna go ahead and just take it slow. If I spend my charge on cards like this though, I won't have Burst. I guess I'm ending turn. Shame to waste that much mana, but I think it's worth it because I really want to enter Burst in order to finish the fight. I think it's my biggest chance at winning this. Devil's Codex. Actually, I have full hand. This costs 2 cards because I use this and exile 1 card. But I draw 2 and then I add the Occult to hand, which is important. So I'd actually rather do something else first, which is going to be playing another defense card. And now I can Devil's Codex Lunacy. Before I run out of colored mana, I definitely want to go ahead and do Patchouli here, since she's going to start giving me Philosopher's mana, which is going to be amazing against Jinko here. And I'm gonna go ahead and I think just Orthodox Rebelling to keep the astrology. Yep. So 1, 2, 3. Might be retaining 4 cards. Drawing 6 should be fine. I'm retaining 5. I didn't see the Stardust, or I didn't see one of them. Not sure which one it was. Yeah, I missed 1 draw here because I retained too many cards. Hopefully that won't bind me in the ass. So gonna spend the non-rainbow mana first. So at this point, every time she purifies me, I lose 1 life. So definitely just want to finish the fight as soon as possible. Gonna go ahead and Milky Way here, just so I can spend all of my colored mana and gain some block for her massive attacks. And at this point, yeah, I can just go ahead and Flammable Laser into Red Giant. I'm still gonna be at 3 charge, but I'm gonna have the Rainbow in hand. And I'm gonna be keeping way too many cards here. So I think what I'm gonna do is do Occult. Spend this on the boundary, that way I keep barrier. Like I lost 1 HP, gained 1 barrier. probably not gonna be a massive difference in this fight specifically. And then I'm going to go ahead and gain firepower and spirit from Petuli. So, Bad Incarnation gives me a massive amount of grace for next turn, a lot of firepower for this turn. Gonna go ahead and play Fire of Anna, since I really want to be prioritizing Rainbow Mana if I can. Draw of the missile. The Banquet could have been great. Sadly, I don't have any energy left. If I get some potions off of this, maybe it's worth it. No, I'm just gonna pick up the Milky Way. Yeah, I have plenty of cards I'm gonna retain, so I didn't really need any more card draw for next turn. So yeah, let's just go ahead with this. Too weak and frail, kind of unfortunate. And at this point, we are extremely impure. So yeah, she's getting stronger and stronger. We did draw like all the pure radiances together, which is kind of bullshit. Now we barely have any colored mana. I thankfully have the rainbow here, which I'm going to go ahead and use. And at this point, I'm gonna ready for burst. Asteroid belt. This is gonna make me enter burst. And I'm gonna look for something to do with the stargazing. And I really needed the colored energy, so I didn't mind wasting burst in this case. I might have found things to do with this though. Don't really have charge, so the red giant is not gonna give me the rainbow. But yeah, Devil's Codex here lets me exile one of the radiances for remote support and improvisation, which would be really nice. Then improvisation here. I mean, remote support here might get me something useful. Great Tengu's Decree seems kinda nice. Purify the Land is also pretty nice, like just remove the pure radiance from hand. I don't really have that much block, but I can get some more with either of these. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Purify. I'm gonna draw first of the improvisation. Since I am on burst, I'm gonna get back the rainbow energy. And I even draw in unstable potions for more rainbows. Nice. Yeah, purify. Your radiances. Don't really need to like purify anything else I have in hand. And now I can even make her vulnerable. And then probably Crimson Release. I'm gonna do that though. I'm gonna go ahead and gain Spirit and Firepower again. And yeah. Sadly, oh, I have a Tome of Grace. So I can actually just go ahead and throw Stardust for a lot more damage. It's scaled up pretty high, so don't really need to scale anymore. I just needed to finish the fight now. 2 Lunacies, kinda rough. Already have 3 now. And an empty draw pile when I get the last stun formation is absolutely terrible. I'm gonna go ahead and just block as hard as I can. In fact, maybe just get rid of one of the Lunacies, just in case. I have enough block, yeah. So, another Lilies. Or is it the first one? Yeah, it's the first one. Upgrades her passive. So no, this is the second one. This is the second one. Whenever the Purifying Light triggers, we get even more damage now. Gonna go ahead and card draw Eviction Order. Okay, so absolutely playing Last Stand formation here. This could help us just finish the fight on the spot. And even if it doesn't, like next turn, it definitely will. Okay, so don't really have that much charge, so let's just... Since I don't have that much charge, am I even going to be able to enter Burst again? Should I just focus on getting the Rainbow here? Let's see what we draw for the missile. Just a normal shot. Okay, I think remote support is the correct choice here. I'll see what I get off of it. Generally have pretty good options. And once I see it, I can decide if I want to just go full damage or use whatever I find here to defend myself or what I do. Kinda awful options. Kinda regretting using this. Yeah, he's gonna take the one that deals the most damage right now. And I guess I'll be taking a little bit of damage because I decided to focus on this. Oh well. Actually, no, I can. This was actually good. This was actually good. Play a red card. Gain charge because I played a red card. And that means Red Giant gives me the rainbow, which I can use to gain some more energy. And just fully block. And shoot. And I think the EMP would have actually been lethal, but oh well. This is full block and still lethal. Shoot the moon. And we get to go to Seiya. Misfortune, 1 random mana, 3 random exhibits. Not interested. Toolbox. Like, we are not going to be getting any tool cards as additional reward because we don't have any combats left other than Seiya. So Gangnir is just 100%ed here. Like, the other two aren't even choices, honestly. Treasure box, like, the thing with treasure box is that if you take it early, you can generally build around those exhibits, gain certain advantage. At this point, it's just adding a misfortune to our deck for 3 exhibits that might not even be useful. So yeah, I'd just rather pick up Gangnir here. And Master of Collection is nice. Charge conversion could be nice. Lose all charge for each charge lost this way. Gain 1 energy, draw a card. But this exiles itself, so against Seiya, I'd rather just pick up the card that benefits me more long term. And I have a lot of retain cards, so I think Master of Collection here is going to be rather useful. We go to the shop. So as I mentioned, we kind of want long-term benefits against Seiya. I think the speed duel could be good. We might go into burst several times, but I think Tengu's Clock could actually just be the pick here. Is the thing, because it's just small upgrade, just small benefit we get. We know for sure it's not going to screw us, even if she takes all of our exhibits. The clock already gave us the firepower. If she gets the frail, vulnerable, weaken item, the hacker amulet could be better actually. And all the benefits that apply to the clock also apply to the amulet. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up hacker amulet here. And just spend the rest of the money on upgrading a card. Just gonna go ahead and upgrade the light rate, since I hadn't done it beforehand. And just go to the gap. I guess upgrade a basic card, better than nothing, but we don't have the money Didn't think about it, but yeah, we don't have the money for upgrading one of our other cards, so just gonna do one of these, so they don't cost me colored mana. And we started the fight with Seiya. So, okay, the Spider Lily is actually gonna be quite nice. He's gonna be adding enemies into the combat every turn. But yeah, we start the same way as usual. This Hand Warmer on the Long Night. Devil Light Ray. We are blocking thanks to the Miko costume. I'm go ahead and Ageless Dream her. Both the vulnerable and the weak are absolutely massive. Double Codex on the boundary since it's our worst card. Apotheosis is absolutely amazing here. Gonna go ahead and draw. And at this point, I think I'd rather just do Master of Collection. I'm gonna use the Stardust defenses for block right now. So with this, even though I'm not gonna replay the last transformation, so the retain and the cost discount isn't going to be relevant on it. This is going to allow me to just keep it in hand until it's the optimal moment to play it, and finish off Seiya when she's below 300 HP, most likely. So yeah, I'm gonna retain this. Occult, and Stardust defense twice. So I'm not taking a gigantic chunk of damage, just gonna be taking a little bit. And all of my retain cards are gonna be a lot less expensive now. Next turn they're all going to be free, in fact. For now, however, she is not gonna let me grace, so I'm not interested on the overdrive here. Let's go ahead and just laser her, just to keep the vulnerable up for later. Asteroid Belt for more charge. Yeah, we don't have like that much we can spend the energy on, so we want to save the energy of the Spider Lily for later if we can. I didn't notice I was spending all of my red mana though, kinda wanted the energy release. But still, Stardust defense. And just I guess oh, this is going to retain, beautiful. Yeah. So you just shoot the moon, and I guess I am spending the charge in the end. But since the Starry Sky is going to retain, it's going to cost less, it's going to be great for the next turn. And the Grace here lets me grace the Kedama and block most of the key shot from Seiya. Yeah, didn't take that much damage, we get 20 block, and at this point we can actually just play the Starry Sky and go nuts. Let's see what I get from the support first. Nothing that interesting. Since I have quite a bit of card draw, I'm gonna go ahead and just pick up Celestial Flight for more energy. Block and charge. I'm gonna spend my charge on overdriving this for massive damage. This is gonna deal quite a bit of damage to Seiya, clear out all three of the mobs, give me a ton of energy from the Spider Lily. Should have done Bad Incarnation first actually. I'm gonna do it now, because the Grace is going to last until next turn anyway. Do this to get the Astrology, Improvisation, get back a ton of energy. Before I do the Waste Utilization, I do have Fire Fana here. And since I'm spending mostly Rainbow Mana, that is actually worth using. Get rid of the Eviction Order. Probably the normal shot. Yeah, gonna be the normal shot here. Go ahead and just Stargazing. Kinda like just picking up Patchouli, and I'll have Improvisation and Banquet next turn. Yeah, that sounds good to me. It does mean though I am retaining 5 cards now, so I have to spend one of these. And considering that it's going to just be Stardust Robbery, get her below... doesn't get her below what I wanted actually. Oh well, still like a lot of damage right now. Wanted to get her below 600, just so maybe if I get lucky I only need to hit her for 2 turns. Actually the thing is... no, I don't have enough attacks. Don't really want to do last turn here just for 1 attack. Yeah, there's actual chances, like with the burst I can draw the potions, I can draw the Starry Sky that only costs 1. I might actually be able to finish this fight in 2 turns. So I guess rather than spend a card, since I don't want to spend my cards right now, I can just go ahead and Master Spark. It's kind of a waste of damage, but my cards are more valuable right now than the damage, I think, because they're gonna mean a lot more damage later, thanks to all the synergies I can use. So she gets the status to my draw pile at the end of her turn. I'm gonna go ahead and just Astrology here, get rid of the 2 cards that I don't want to draw, get Improvisation. And at this point, I am definitely just playing my 0 costs, popping Unstable Potions of Patchouli for the energy. Really want to just try and finish the fight in 2 turns. So doubles Codex, get rid of the curse she put into my deck, got 2 cards. The Reverie is actually free right now, which is nice. Yeah, I have Improvisation, so just free up my hand a bit. Let's go ahead and just do last stunt. If I finish this in... I should have started with this. If I want to finish this in 2 turns, then this is the moment to play it. Unstable push into actual attacks. Yeah, just laser. Should moon. Get some more grace, so she's basically like only hitting me twice, and I have plenty of luck for it. So let's go ahead and improvise. Use the missile. Yeah, as long as I keep getting cards that only cost 1 and stuff, I kinda wanna keep drawing. And now it's actually worth using. Is it? Kinda wanna... I'm gonna spend a little bit more mana. Even got the potion, and now I kinda do like it more. It wasn't a big difference, but I think it's an upgrade. So let's do the Banquet. Get 2 mana off of the kill, thanks to the Spider Lily. This remote support. Just gonna get the Feng Shui actually, just so like this turn I'm popping her max damage, like pretty much guaranteed. So I'd rather just have as much power for the next turn as I can. So yeah, Asteroid Belt. Should have played the red card first, my bad. Still, gonna go ahead, do the impact. In the Rainbow for next turn. Red Star Explosion. I'm not actually spending the charge this time. And I'm retaining 3 cards, so retaining 1 more shouldn't be an issue. And I'll just get even more barrier for next turn. And yep, should be able to draw. She's below 300 now, and I should be able to now draw Starry Sky, hopefully. I'm gonna scry the Pure Radiance down, thankfully. That was the Feng Shui manipulation, by the way, the power I used last turn. Okay, so Devil's Codex, got rid of the Radiance. The last card is the one I wanted. Oh well. At this point I'm pretty sure there's no possible way I could get screwed here. So, Astrology to get it. Go into Burst. Just half Patchouli give me mana and damage off of the potions. Get rid of Crow, thankfully. Maybe the other one? Nope, goes to Savior. That's completely fine too. But now I can go ahead and just stargazing. I thought I had already reached my drop pile, my bad. I obviously wanted to improvise first to shuffle the drop pile. This is not accurate sadly, otherwise I would just pick this and get the crow. Regardless, I think playing Undyne here for free is kinda nutty. I'm gonna go ahead and improvise first for more barrier. Hopefully not gonna matter because I do want to end it this turn. But this is a lot of barrier and some free energy. I'm gonna go ahead and just Master Spark now. Because ideally this is going to be the last turn regardless. Good. Free up some space in my hands. Just go ahead and MP. Improvise for more card draw. And hopefully I'll draw my last few attacks. Not really. Sell the Glare. Okay, and this should be enough damage. Just Stardust. Red Explosion. And that is Sage down. That was very nice. Took us quite a while and it was kinda iffy in the middle, but we did manage to perfectly resolve the instant with Marisa. Ended up doing a quite multicolor deck. Yeah, hope I showcase the power of Handwarmer. Just getting rid of the Long Night early on every turn. This is one of the best cards Marisa has for Lunatic7 in my opinion. You don't really need like several copies, though several copies could help under certain conditions. But just one copy is already like completely amazing to get rid of the Long Night and just start setting you up for success. So yeah, the Fire Fana was okay, didn't really impress me. Still not really like super interested in this. Probably won't keep it, like I'll probably keep not picking it most of the time. I guess it wasn't awful though. And yeah, that was pretty nice. Apotheosis really showed up, really strong card. Absolutely amazing in my opinion. Remote support was very good as well, most of the time. Even when it was like not great, it was never like a disaster or anything. So happy I picked it. And the Light Ray, I do think it was a very good pick. It's like I don't tend to like these innate exile zero cost attacks, because on the early turns you're generally going for a setup or defense while you get rid of the Long Night more than you are going for like quick burst damage. But the energy generation just had very good synergies with our Handwarmer, giving us extra cards and exiling Long Night, so kinda happy I got it. Yeah, that was a pretty nice game. All around happy to have played it. The last stand was like okay. Just if you get this like kinda early, it does help you get like remove, like not remove, but finish fights pretty quickly most of the time. So I do think the card can be good. It's just I've generally been offered the card when it's not that useful anymore. But yeah, it is a good card in my opinion. Yeah, that was nice. Hope you enjoyed this episode of Learning Lunatic. I think it was a good run. And if you have any preference for what I do next, like I'm going to go ahead and do Reimu, Sakuya, and Chirno with Chirno B, Sakuya A, and Reimu B on the next videos. But I have not really decided on an order for these three. So if you have any suggestions or requests, just let me know in the comments. And see you next time.